Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Between Earth and God. Between Earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I art the scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. Be feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on Earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sink in the earth. The moon is the portal. Assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words. I'm in the game but change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb. I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, Land of the Giants, Ice Wall, Patagonian, Lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm still collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praise is due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said A, you know how somebody say A. It's AI.
Check it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You are feeling sleepy. Under deep hypnosis, I'm the composer, master of the opus. Mind on cruise control, lost all focus. Puppet masters love pulling strings, herding the sheeple by selling dreams. You have to be asleep to live the American theme. They create the problem, then deliver the solution. Profit of both ends, all we fall for the illusion. The government are all one, but promote to divide. Walk right into the trap cause most people are blind. They can't see the plan has conquered the mind. While we sit here and argue, we can't get back time. History stays relevant, destroying our future. Self-destruction has become part of the culture, while the rich feed off the dead like vultures. No more hibernation, awoke to sleep the giant. Put a ripple through the system, awakening and vibrant. I'm the alkaline of water, Poseidon with the trident. Bitch.
What's up, Lucid? I know that was you. Peace, Danny. Yeah. You gotta work today, Lucid? Isn't it dope when you're working and things are going good. Alright, this will be the first picture. So we know we're on chapter 3, part 1, or chapter 3, part 1, encounter with the self. It's about time they encounter self in this book. Alright. Chapter 3, Encounter with Self, Part 1, The Role of the Collective. So this quote right here is by Thomas Vaughan. It says, I took on this life as the progress of an essence royal. The soul but quits. I look on this life as the progress of an essence royal. The soul but quits her court to see the country. Heaven hath, or heaven has, in it a scene of earth, and had she been contented with ideas, she had not traveled beyond the map. But excellent patterns commend their minds. But while she scans their symmetry, she forms it. Thus her descent speaks her original. God in love with his own beauty frames a glass to review it by reflection. So, part 1, the role of the collective. We have seen that the states of inflation and alienation, both being part of the psychic life cycle, tend to turn into something else. The inflated state, when acted out, leads to a fall and hence to alienation. The alienated condition, likewise, under normal circumstances, leads over the state of healing and restitution. Inflation or alienation becomes dangerous conditions only if they are separated from the life cycle of which they are parts. If either becomes a static, chronic state of being, rather than a part of the comprehensive dynamism, whatever, the personality is threatened. Psychotherapy is then called for. However, the mass of men have always been protected from these dangers by collective, conventional, and therefore largely unconscious means. The psychic dangers of inflation and alienation, under different names, have always been recognized in the religious practice and folk wisdom of all races and ages. Sorry, I had to clear my throat and get something to drink. Who's that rapper that used to say that? Let me clear my throat. That was fuck. Anyway, who cares about that? There are many collective and personal rituals which exist for the purpose of avoiding any inflated tendency to tempt God's envy. For instance, we have the age-old practice of knocking on wood when one says things are going well. Behind this is the unconscious or conscious realization that pride and complacency are dangerous. Hence, some procedure must be used to keep one in a humble state. The use of the phrase God willing has the same purpose. The taboos encountered in primitive society in the majority of cases have the same basis, protecting the individual from the inflated state, from contact with powers that would be too big for the limited ego consciousness, and that might explode it disastrously. The primitive procedure of isolating victorious warriors when they return from battle serves the same protective function. Victorious warriors may be inflated by victory and might turn their strength against the village itself if they were permitted in. Hence, there is a few days cooling off period before reintegration into the community takes place. There is an interesting ancient Mithraic or Mithraic. There is an interesting ancient Mithraic ritual called the Rite of the Crown, designed to protect against inflation. The following procedure was enacted during the initiation of a Roman soldier into Mithraism. At sword's point, a crown was offered the candidate, but the initiate was taught to push it aside with his hand and affirm, "Mithra is my crown." Thereafter, he never wore a crown or garland, not even at banquets or at military triumphs, and whenever a crown was offered him, he refused it, saying, "It belongs to my God." In Zen Buddhism, subtle techniques have been developed for undermining intellectual inflation. The illusion that one knows one such technique is the use of koans or enigmatic sayings. An example would be, a pupil asked his master, "Do dogs have a Buddha nature?" And the master replies, "Bow wow." In the Christian tradition, there is a great effort to protect against the inflated state. The 7 deadly sins, pride, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, avarice, and sloth, are all symptoms of inflation. By being labeled sins, which require confession and penance, the individual is protected against them. The basic message of the Beatitudes of Jesus is that blessings will come to the non-inflated personality. There are also many traditional procedures to protect the individual from the alienated state. Understood psychologically, the central aim of all religious practice is to keep the individual ego related to the deity self. All religions are repositories of transpersonal experience and archetypal images. The innate purpose of religious ceremonies of all kinds seems to be to provide the individual with the experience of being related meaningfully to these transpersonal categories. That is true of the Mass and of the Catholic confessional in a more personal way, where the individual has an opportunity to unburden himself of whatever circumstances have brought about a sense of alienation from God. Through the acceptance of the priest as God's agent, some sense of return to and reconnection with God is established. All religious practices hold up to view the transpersonal categories of existence and attempt to relate them to the individual. Religion is the best collective protection available against both inflation and alienation. I don't know. So far as we know, every society has had such superpersonal categories in its collective ritual of life. It is quite doubtful if collective human life can survive for any period without some common shared sense of awareness of these transpersonal categories. However, although collective methods protect man from the dangers of the psychic depths, they also deprive him of the individual experience of these depths and the possibility of development which such experience promotes. As long as a living religion can contain the self and mediate its dynamism for its members, there will be little need for the individual to have a personal encounter with the self. He will have no need to find his individual relation to the transpersonal dimension. That task will be done for him by the church. This raises a serious question, whether modern Western society still has a functioning container where superpersonal categories are archetypes, or as Eliot puts it, do we have no more than a heap of broken images? The fact is that large numbers of individuals do not have living, functioning, superpersonal categories by which they can understand life's experience, supplied either by the church or otherwise. This is a dangerous state of affairs, because when such categories do not exist, the ego is likely to think of itself as everything or as nothing. Furthermore, when the archetypes have no adequate container, such as an established religious structure, they have to go somewhere else because the archetypes are facts of psychic life. One possibility is that they will be projected into banal or secular matters. I don't know what banal or banal means. The transpersonal value can then come how high one's standard of living is, or personal power, or some social reform movement, or any one of a number of political activities. This happens in Nazism, the radical right, and in communism, the radical left. The same sort of dynamism can be projected into the race problem, either as racism or anti-racism. Personal, secular, or political actions become charged with unconscious religious meaning. This is particularly dangerous because whenever a religious motivation is acting unconsciously, it causes fanaticism. I thought it would say fanaticism, but it's fanaticism, with all its destructive consequences. When the collective psyche is in a stable state, the vast majority of individuals share a common living myth or deity. Each individual projects his inner God image, the self, to the religion of the community. The collective religion then serves as the container of the self or a multitude of individuals, for a multitude of individuals. The reality of the transpersonal life forces is mirrored in the external imagery that the church embodies in its symbolism, mythology, rites, and dogma. As long as it is functioning adequately, the church protects the society against any widespread inflation or alienation. Such a table state of affairs is represented diagrammically in figure 6 that you see here I put up. Although this situation is stable, it has its defects. The self or God image is still unconscious, not recognized as an inner psychic entity. Although the community of believers will be in relative harmony with one another because of their shared projection, the harmony is illusory and, to some extent, spurious. In relation to the church, the individuals will be in a state of collective identification or participation mystique and will not have made any unique individual relation to self. If now the outer church loses its capacity to carry the projection of the self, we have the condition which, Nietzsche, some German name or Polish, we condition with Nietzsche announced. Some guy, he announced for the modern world, God is dead. All the psychic energy and values that had been contained in the church now flow back to the individual, activating the psyche and causing serious problems. What will happen now? There are several possibilities, and we see examples of each in contemporary life. Now here's figure 7. It says, see figure 7. The first possibility is that with the loss of the God projection into the church, the individual will at the same time lose his inner connection with the self. The individual then succumbs to the alienation and all the symptoms of the empty meaningless life that are so common today. 2. The second possibility is that the individual may take on himself, on his own ego and personal capacities, all the energy previously attached to deity. Such a person succumbs to inflation. Examples of this are seen in the hybris that overvalues man's rational, manipulative powers and denies the sacred mystery inherent in life and nature. 3. The third possibility is that the projected suprapersonal value, which has been withdrawn from its religious container, will be reprojected onto some secular or political movement. But secular purpose are never an adequate container for religious meaning. When religious energy is applied to a secular object, we have what we can be described as idolization, which is spurious, unconscious religion. The outstanding current example of reprojection is the conflict between communism and capitalism. Communism in particular is clearly a secular religion, which actively attempts to channel religious energies to secular and social ends. When the value of the self is projected by opposing groups onto conflicting political ideologies, it is as though the original wholeness of the self were split into antithetical fragments which war on each other, in such a case that antinomies of the self or God are acted out in history. Both sides are the partisan conflict derive their energy from the same source, the shared self. But being unconscious of this, they are condemned to live out the tragic conflict in their lives. God himself is caught in the coils of the dark conflict. In every war within Western civilization, both sides have prayed to the same God, as Matthew Arnold put it, and we are here as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. This is Dover Beach said that, I guess. And 4, the fourth possible way of dealing with the loss of religious projection is shown in case 4 in figure 7. Is this figure 7? I think so. If when the individual is thrown back on himself through the loss of projected religious value, he is able to confront the ultimate question of life that are posed for him. He may be able to use this opportunity for a decisive development in consciousness. If he is able to work consciously and responsibly with the activation of the unconscious, he may discover the lost value, the God image, within the psyche. This possibility is represented in a diagram by the circle that now has a larger section of itself outside of the arc of unconsciousness. The connection between ego and self is now consciously realized. In this case, the loss of religious projection has served as a salutary purpose. It has been the stimulus which leads to the development of an individual personality. A prominent feature of the collective loss of the supra-personal categories has been an increased preoccupation with subjectivity of the individual. This is really a modern phenomenon and indeed could not exist as long as the transpersonal values were satisfactorily contained in a traditional collective religion. But once the traditional symbol system breaks down, it is as if a great surge of energy were returned to the individual psyche, and much greater interest and attention then becomes focused on the subjectivity of the individual. It is out of this phenomenon that depth of psychology was discovered. The very existence of depth psychology is a symptom of our time. Other evidence are in all the arts, in plays and novels. The most banal and commonplace individuals are described exhaustively is in their most petty and personal aspects. A degree of value and attention is being given to inner subjectivity that never before happened. Actually, this tendency is a pointer toward things to come. If it is pursued to its inevitable conclusion, it cannot help but lead more and more people to a rediscovery of the lost suprapersonal categories within themselves. Tomorrow will be chapter 3, part 2, the breakthrough. Yeah, they didn't even mention none for this picture, but I took it anyway. Damn, only 28 minutes? Damn, how much is this next part? Don't look that long, but there's a lot of pictures. Maybe I'll read this part too, the breakthrough. It's only like 3 pages. It says, at a certain point in psychological development, usually after an intense alienation experience, the ego self-axis suddenly breaks into conscious view. The condition represented by figure 3 is realized. The ego becomes aware experientially of a transpersonal center to which the ego is subordinate. Jung describes this. Fuck it, I'll read it tomorrow because I have so many pictures. I'll read the part 2 and 3 tomorrow because it's so little. By Haitian. This is Danae. Danae. Looks like she's daydreaming. Or he. Or whatever the heck's going on there. See ya. Hey, faceplant, Rachel. Maybe I will read the next part. I don't know. It's only 3 pages though. It's 3 pages with fucking 6 pictures. Damn, that was quick. What's up?
Oh, shit. Just waking up, man. Pretty up too.
Not much. Would that cement work break your back?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, we're doing it. I guess we're doing like a whole like BMX track. We got a bunch of shit that we're doing, making ramps, and it's pretty cool. The guy that I'm working for, bro, he's actually doing it for the community, for the kids. And paying me fucking top dollar to do his fucking dirty work.
Fuck it.
Should I rather do that than just fucking sit on my ass, bro?
I would too. I wish, or not wish, I hope, I always forget his name, man. That's wild.
You wish what?
Truth Zone, I think it's Truth Zone Productions. I always forget his name.
Yeah, that dude's cool, man.
I found some information yesterday and pictures of the Aboriginals in Mississippi.
Hell yeah.
It would be cool if he had some like old pictures of his great grandparents or his grandparents. That'd be dope.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, like even the Spanish people. I think even what we call Mexican people. They were native tribe too.
Yeah.
They've been here, but they're not given they're the Aztecs and many other tribes. That's a good point, though. A lot of these pictures, they either broke the nose off or the lips, and I see it, or they replace them. Too. They'll replace them with a lighter person. Peace, Chief 18 Wheels. Let me give
Fuck, bro. Trying to quit smoking cigarettes.
What up, Jared? Jaguar.
Jared, what up, dude? That dude's been around, man. Long time.
It's wild, bro. I'll get 2 subscribers, and then I look 2 days later, and it's down 3. Then it'll go up 6. Whoa.
Every time I get new subscribers, I go to look, and it says, this channel does not exist. Fuck. How did they subscribe to me then if the channel didn't exist?
Because they made a fucking...
Soccer
They made a and they didn't even make it a channel, because began to make a channel, and they asked you if you want to make it a channel or not, but you make something just to surf. That's how people make shit accounts, man, and they fraud. Good to see you come through, Jared. Chief 18 Wheels. Yeah, I thought you had stopped people come and go. Like, some people will come by, and then they got something they don't like, and they leave, which is fine. I don't expect everyone to, I've had people that came here a while, and once I started reading a book on witchcraft, they left.
Yeah.
So, alright, what can you do?
Well, They take fucking information and take it to heart, and it's like
The hell? Well, I thought I did that. Huh? London must have. I'm London. London. I don't know why I said London, but Lucid must have accidentally knocked himself out. Yeah, I used to work third shift, Jared. It's cleaning buses, man. I work for this bus company, Datco, major bus company in Connecticut. And man, we used to do 42 buses a night. And matter of fact, to show people what I used to do, the buses, because people think school buses, but we used to do about 8 city buses, and then 42 fucking coach buses. Some had toilets in them, some didn't. Then they have like these buses that are like all black. You can't even see in these fucking buses, but they got fucking marble tables, the stripper pole, flat screens, a stocked fridge, like leather, everything. It's fucking expensive bus. I mean, imagine having one of them and you got a dedicated guy would rent that bitch out every weekend to go to a Patriots game or whenever they were home. I forgot how much it is a night in that bus. Even with my DACO discount, that motherfucker was expensive. I call that the graveyard shift, yeah. Because when you get home, you feel like you're in a grave.
Yeah. I was in Denver and they had me cleaning fucking Greyhound buses. Find all kinds of shit doing that job, bro.
Yeah, I used to find money, phones, but the only time you had to turn the money in is if it was in a wallet, and I never found a wallet. I don't think. And if I did, I definitely turned it in, you know, because that's what I would want someone to do if it had a name. But my boss at the time would set people up, man. He would put phones there and catch people stealing them and fire them. He would set people up, man. Especially if he didn't like you and he knew you would steal them, he would set you up just to get rid of you.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You're supposed to turn them phones in. Yeah, stripper pole. Fucking, it was a good job, man. It was guaranteed 40 hours a week, and I always got some overtime in. It was 40 hours a week. You had a week paid vacation, plus a week of sick time. You had, or I think it was a week or a little more. Then guaranteed 40 hours. So there's only, which is rare. Shit, I worked on all the holidays. You get time and a half. Even you get paid holidays off, you're getting paid on that holiday. Holiday pay, like, I mean, it was a dope job with full benefits, retirement. What's that? When they match your a 401k, whatever that shit's called.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I wonder if they pay that the rest of your life. I gotta find that out. What company that was?
No, usually your 401k, they just pay you until you are not working for that company anymore. And you can switch your IRAs over to your next company and continue paying into your 401k. Or you can pull.
I found a bunch of pictures that someone put together of all those deities. They put like all the sun deities. This picture shows that the six-pointed star was all over this realm. And like yesterday, me and JG, damn it, I don't know where these pictures are. Why did I take them off? But either way, you know the pictures I have of, matter of fact, let me find them. Let me find them. Alright. I had this picture. And I was just showing it because it was a nice picture, but JG seems to think that these aren't tree stumps, which is fine. That's how he sees it. But he said there's scientific proof to prove that those are just rocks, mountains and stuff, right? And that's fine. But I know they're tree stumps. That there were trees that big. Someone has to have, what explanation do they have for these rocks to get there? Did someone pile the dirt up? They could have been anything. They could have been a giant tree or some sort of something, but they didn't just appear there. They weren't from plates hitting each other like they like to say. Tectonic plates rubbing against each other, and when they collide, it goes upward. It's like, come on. There we go, Lucid. I'm like, so.
Shit's anomaly. It happens to me every time I'm on the panel.
He said that there's scientific proof that these are rocks, or I asked him, what do you think they are? And he just kept saying there's scientific proof that they're whatever they are, but Native Indians will even say those are tree stumps.
Yeah. They definitely look tree stumpish and fucking.
That's what I'm thinking, Jared. Like, and I show pictures of, and Dom said, you could put a horse's head on there. Like he asked me how would I prove that the Earth's not flat? Like, I would use water, not because of the sea level. Just forget all the words. It's the actions of the water, right?
Yeah.
It's the water will always look to level out and take shape. It even takes shape, but the container's still looking to level out. Like, but yeah, speculation. There's Truth Zone. It's Truth Zone. What did I say earlier? Did I say Truth Zone? Yeah, I did. I thought I had his name wrong. And no, I'm not taking shots at JG or anyone.
Of course not.
Me and JG been going back and forth on that for a while. Shout out to JG and Dom. Yeah, I found some stuff, Truth Zone, yesterday. And hopefully you can come up today, man. Yesterday was a fucking problem. Let's try it again.
What's up, man? What's good?
Ah, word, it works.
Yeah, I don't know. I was out and about yesterday when I tried to join. I don't think I have enough data on my phone. That's why it wouldn't let me join yesterday, man.
This shit happened to me all the time, bro. I get on a panel, fucking kick me off. Get on a panel, kick me off. Fucking annoying.
So I was looking for like, I put in Mississippi, Aboriginal tribe and stuff, and it's very hard to find, man, pictures of so-called black people, and they're not all going to be in native headgear or headdresses and all that. Some of them are dressed in regular clothes.
Yeah, just type in copper color Indians and it should all that should pop up. Type in copper color Indians. That's what they called us when they came over here. They called us copper color Indians.
Whoever Aboriginal Willie is, you were on the right path, even though they'll call me a European, which I'm not. I'm American for sure, but ODB was a Shinnecock, not an Aztec, unless he was just using this to compare. But Aboriginal Willie should look into the Shinnecock tribe in Lower Manhattan, and you'll find Old Dirty Bastard's great-great-great-grandfather.
Right. Yes, I seen that you had the pictures up of those mounds, those ancient. Yeah, trees used to be that tall as mountains, taller than mountains. Those are all tree stumps.
Mic check.
Yeah, America was called Turtle Island at one time. I called Temeria. America wasn't always called America. The ancient name for America is Turtle Island or Temeria. Or Atlantis. You can before it was Temeria, it was Atlantis.
Yeah, about the tree stumps. The Devil's Tower, that's a baby one. The mesas, if you look up mesas, some of them are 50, 60 miles across, and they're tree stumps too. And some places you can see the actual landscape is where a giant tree fell down. You can see it, the cedar leaves, like a whole, like couple miles is just a couple little cedar leaves.
You got the picture of Mississippi pulled up. Choctaw. Yeah, I was born in Jackson, Mississippi, man. I got family in Taylorsville, Laurel, Mississippi, Hollisburg, Hattiesburg, all through Mississippi, man.
I was just telling Lucid, I said it'd be dope if you had like pictures of your great-great-grandparents or your great-grandparents.
I got a picture of my grandmother on my community page, and I ain't gonna say she is full-blown Indian. Somebody had commented in my comments when I posted that picture of me and my grandmother, and asked me if we were copper color Aborigines. I said, yeah. So my grandmother comes from the Mississippi. My grandma had a picture of my great grandmother hanging on her wall when I was a kid, and she looked full-blown Indian. Dark red skin. She wasn't dark complected, she was red skin.
I found this
on
picture.
The left, on the right looks like Jim Morrison.
I'll put it back in 1 second. I found this picture, which looks a little, and I've seen tribes in powwows like this.
You can even see that in some people from England. That same native look that they were imported to England from America, probably.
Man, this U.S. government knows who we are. The world knows who we are. We just don't know who we are. We in exile on our own homeland. My people, so-called melanated people, I ain't gonna say black, melanated people, we don't know who we are. We lost at home. It's like being lost at sea.
Are you a Moor?
They don't reclassify us so damn much, man. We don't. 1 minute we colored, 1 minute we African American, 1 minute we black, 1 minute we Negroes. They call us everything. They call us everything but Indians.
I don't know if is my mic working?
Yeah. True Zone Faceplant asked you if you're a Moor.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a black or Moor. No, I'm not a Moor. I'm American Indian, copper color Indian, Mississippi. I got Choctaw in my blood. No, I'm not a Moor. Because the Moors worked in tandem. The Moors worked in tandem with the black nobility.
Mm.
Some of those, even our own tribal family sold us out. You gotta think that's how we got compromised. We got compromised because of some of our own people sold us out to the enemy.
Yeah,
They
I
wouldn't.
think
That's how it always works.
the
They learned all our
so-called
secrets.
civilized tribes, the
Huh?
so-called civilized tribes was came under Freemasonry under those titles so they could do trade.
Right.
And the Freemasonry hijacked all their symbolism from the Moors.
Right.
Because even I think Latinos, or they were also in, well, I know the Mexicans were the Aztec tribes and stuff, but
The lighter complected Mexicans, those are not aborigines, those are hybrids. The lighter complected ones, like the real light ones. Like the pale looking ones. The darker skinned Mexicans are the aborigines, like the dark complected ones.
Yeah. The
But
light
yeah,
ones are
Latino,
Spanish, right? More, right?
right. They're Spaniards. They were raped. They were brought to fruition by rape from the Spaniards that came over here and colonized the land too. Because they started mixing, they started intermingling and mixed breeding, and started creating all these different lighter complected Mexicanos.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And yeah, even today, some people, I don't want to be insulting, but it's like we don't know who we are. Some people call themselves Mayan, but they're not really Mayan. And we don't even know what Mayan is. Whatever it was, they probably didn't call themselves that back then. So, yeah, we're all mixed up from everywhere. They got
Right.
us hating on ourselves.
Right.
They got us divided into these false groups and actually hating on our own relatives who are a different color or speak a different language or whatever.
do you ever
Right.
watch Dane Calloway?
Yeah, I watch his videos from time to time. I watch a lot of videos like that about us, like us indigenous people. But I used to watch Dane Calloway all the time. I don't watch his videos as much as I used to though.
See, what's still bugging me about all this is we don't know what happened in the 1800s, and even we don't know who built this worldwide stuff that was probably all people that built
Here
all
in
this stuff.
here in the Americas, here in like I said, America was Turtle Island. It's really named Turtle Island, Temeria. When they got here, that's why they say everything was founded. Like they say a certain building was founded in 1755, 1855 because it was already here. They found us here. Like they found all the ancient architects here because we were already here. We built all this. We
Look
built
at the
this.
major cities like Chicago and all them already had 12 to 14 foot giant people building these freaking precisely too.
Yeah,
Buildings.
it wasn't loincloth savages chasing buffalo around. It was fucking
No, my ancestors were highly intelligent. You gotta think they were one with the cosmos. This is why they built the pyramids. The pyramids connected them directly to the cosmos. They painted us out to be. They painted the Indian out to be some dumb, like he just said, chasing some buffalo, living in mud huts. Nah, the ancient civilization. That's why they say they founded everything because they found us here. They reverse engineered our technology.
That's why they call it Freemasonry. Say, look, we found some masonry and it's free.
Ha ha.
Why y'all think they say these dumbass riddles and rhymes? This land is your land. This land is our land. Because this is our land. You know what I'm saying?
Tricky
Nah, it's
shit.
my land. No, it's my land. I came first. They got us arguing over, I know the past is important to self, especially when it comes to family and knowing who you are. But they want to keep us from working as a unit. Like if we put aside all the racial bullshit and all that nonsense, we would be powerful if we worked as a unit. Just
Right.
to
That's
get
true.
ahead. That don't mean
That's
we
true.
gotta like live together, but to get ahead, we're gonna have to work as a unit.
Right.
See, like,
I wholeheartedly believe in that, Charles. It's just I'm not mad at a particular race per se because, like I said, our own people sold us out. It's just I'm mad at the colonizer for coming here and acting like they American, but they not American. They acting like they run something, and they treat us like we second. They treat us. They call us savages. I know everybody's mad because we all been lied to. It's just the fact that is I don't have sympathy for colonizers, man. But I
What's a
do hold,
colonizer?
huh?
What's a colonizer? Break that
Somebody,
down.
a pirate, somebody that comes over, somebody that steals somebody's land and heritage and birthright. Somebody
Okay.
that comes with a pirated flag and just take things that's not theirs.
stealing
That's why they called it.
identities.
That's why they called us Indian givers. They called us Indian givers, man, because we gave them everything, and then we asked for the shit back. They said no.
Because I was called a European colonizer, and I'm like, wait a minute. My family came here and worked from the bottom. They didn't take nothing from no one, and they weren't,
No,
I
man,
wish
not your people, not your people, bro. Not somebody like you, bro. No, I'm saying like
no,
the
I
upper
know
echelon.
exactly what you're talking about. Like the banking systems and them type of families that came here with armies and fucking poisoning and just
Hey,
savagely just taking everything.
hey, Chuck.
Huh?
I was half hoping you was gonna read the last couple pages there, because what it was talking about was how we turn our energy uh, into competition, like sports fans, like putting your energy into sports, like even people getting into beefs because they tease each other about their sports team losing and that. That's what it was talking about.
Yeah, and religion.
Yeah,
Um,
religion and war, and like people sign up their kids when they're born in line for Green Bay Packers season tickets. is that is that fucking nasty or what? Because there's a 30-year waiting list
for what, tickets?
for season tickets, Green Bay Packers season tickets. So people
That's
put
great.
their kid on the list when they're born, so in 30 years they might have a chance to get season tickets.
Man, if people could put that energy,
Yeah, and money and
all this
time
stuff.
and love and into actually building something. Like, man, I mean, even think about all the money, like when I was growing up, all the money that people went into buying CDs
That was me.
or records. Yeah, like, and me and myself too, in my habits. Just thinking about how much money I could have if I just didn't smoke cigarettes or drink beer for 10 years or 20 or 30 or 40 years. But yeah, it is what it is. What are you going to do? But that's how,
Yeah,
excuse me, that's how the matrix is set up, right? As soon as you pop out, you've got all these distractions. Hey, my dad smokes player cigarettes, I smoke cigarettes. My dad likes Dodges, and I like Dodges.
Yeah, sports is fucking.
I mean,
It went,
even the kind of car you drive, NASCAR guys out there killing each other.
it's all entertainment now. Like a sport is turned into complete entertainment, and it's just disappointing. I loved playing baseball and watching it, but as time went on, man, it just evolved into garbage.
Yeah,
I
I
still
love
watch.
soccer. Soccer was my game. I played soccer, and I still watch World Cup and European Cup and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely not. I'm watching it with a different lens for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna read that tomorrow in the morning, part 2 and then probably part 3, because it's only a couple pages, but it's got like 6 pictures or something. I gotta screenshot them and crop them, and I try to not use the pictures, but it always talks about the pictures, so I have to put them up or people won't get it.
Yeah, y'all was talking about sports, how this has a distraction. Yeah, that's true, man. Because like when I watch it now, I can't even like get through it because I'm like, man, this shit's so scripted and rigged.
Like the announcer would be like,
Yeah, it's sickening. It
he'll
was
say,
actually sickening for me to watch the Super Bowl.
how many announcers would say
You
the guy's due for a home run, and then bing, he hits a home run.
Yeah, man. I see so much symbology. Like when I watch the Super Bowl, it's so out like so much symbology. It's hard for me to even I cut the shit off. Like I can't watch this shit because it's a ritual too. Plus when you tune in, you have to tune in to give me your energy. So I can't even get at my energy anymore because it's just I know majority of the masses is giving that.
Yeah, even I have a habit of watching the morning news on TV, and the text scrolling by and shit like that.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
seen this
harder and
morning.
harder to watch and listen to.
Right, I seen this morning. It was a global outage or something like that this morning.
For real?
Yeah, a lot of planes got grounded. But I'm thinking to myself, they just prepping the masses for when the EMP happens because they're gonna blame it. They blamed it on a cyber attack this morning. The reason why it means that people don't have internet. I
Or
said, yeah,
solar, like the
yeah, that's
narrative. The narrative is fire now. Watch out for fire. Things are gonna catch fire, and it's problem, reaction, solution. They're making the fires. They're blaming it on global warming. Us.
right. Freemasonry. It's Freemasonry. All out of chaos, man.
Peace, us.
But I do believe Mother Earth is some of this stuff is natural because the planet is waking up. But you got to think the planet is a living being just like me and you. So the planet has chakras too. So everybody calls it Mother Earth,
Yeah,
but
Chuck.
you can call it Tiamat, you can call it planet Kai. If this planet is alive, she's alive just like me and you, and she's been alive for you can't even put a time stamp on it, trillions of years. And she's
Hey,
I think
face
it's
that.
like we were
Jared said,
discussing,
what's
Chuck,
up?
that the lands are born out from the center. Like each land is a child of the earth, and they get born out and they keep spreading out, spreading out, spreading out, and the land keeps getting born out from the middle. It looks like the land does that. It looks like it's turning and growing and you know what I mean?
right. It's too much unnatural shit here on this planet, and the planet don't like it.
It's like
You
it
got
does.
the UN. You got the UN. The UN stands for unnatural. You got to think. The moon is an artificial construct inside of the Mother Earth's atmosphere. All this shit's unnatural. It's not organic. So what does the planet do? The planet fights back and it destroys this shit because it's material. It's dematerialization of the Saturn Moon matrix.
I'd go for that. Yeah, I like that.
This is a material world. They said in that one song, it's she a material girl. It's a material matrix. And that materialism is artificial. So what does the planet do? The planet fights back too. The planet destroys that shit. So then they not only fighting against us, star seeds and light beings, they got to fight against the planet too.
Yeah, even the plants fight back.
Yep. The trees, the plants, they fight back.
Yeah. And it's not good for us. I mean, the plants are fighting against me, sort of.
Right. You seen that movie, The Predator? They demonized the Predator in that movie. So when Arnold Schwarzenegger and his goons went to the jungle, they represented the material matrix, and they was going into the jungle to fight against nature. So the Predator was one with nature. You seen that they put infrared on the Schwarzenegger and them. What they had, they was vibrating low. So when the Predator seen them, he seen that they had a red aura around them. So that's why he was trying to kill them, because they were vibrating. They were low vibrational beings. The Predator was a personification of a high vibrational being. It was one with nature. Make sense?
Yeah. Animals can see infrared, right? I think they can see that infrared, like you're looking at they can see that, right? And we can maybe if we try, but we kind of lost that.
Yeah, they showed us in that movie Predator, man, because those were all people. People thought the Predator was a bad guy. No, the Predator was getting rid of low vibrational motherfuckers, and they seen that they aura was seen them vibrating low, so that they gotta get out of here, because these are this. What's up?
Do you see the Matrix glitching like the Predator? Like sometimes I'm sitting in my front yard and I'm looking at this one tree, and it looks like the Predator there going in front of it, sort of. It's like, looks like it's glitching. It's weird. I see it more out of the side of my eye than.
Yeah, me too. I be seeing like an invisible aura around me too. Those could be cloaked beings, malevolent beings that you seeing. Those could be archons you seeing too, because they cloak themselves.
And the behavior of the animals, like the squirrels are going nuts, like
Right.
Yeah, they know something's wrong. It's like this one squirrel. It's just a bad motherfucker. It's like, what am I doing here? It's chasing everything around and.
Right. He said, true song, call it Earth. Better planet means wandering star. We are not a star, please. I mean, it's whatever you want to call it, man. Each his own, right? But yeah, I just figured I'd chime in and throw that in there, Hey, Charles, what's your take on this, bro?
My bad. I'm trying to pull some pictures up. What was that again? What were you guys talking about?
Right now, it's just vibrating here. It's like I can see the water and the dishes in the yard. Just everything's vibrating.
Yeah, everything. That's why when I took some acid before, I could see everything it like revealed the whole universe to me. I could see the energy. That's what I was seeing. People say, "Oh, you're tripping, man." Nah, that chemical does something to the brain where it reveals. I could see the vibration and everything.
It's like you can see right into somebody's body. You can see their veins and everything.
Hey,
Yeah,
Charles.
man.
Hey, Charles, that's facts, man. With the acid, that shit do something to your brain, to your third eye. If you're aware, some people, they do the acid, their third eye is not open, so they think they're tripping, but you really taking a trip though, because you you leaving the body and going to the mind.
Originally, it came from ergot fungus on grain, like rye and wheat. That's where acid originally came from. And then I guess they started to make it artificial, just like the original plant is turned into drugs. Like they take coca leaf and turn it into cocaine. They take
Yeah,
poppies and turn it into heroin. They take weed and turn it into a drug, THC. So the same thing with the acid. It comes from a fungus.
yeah, that's right. But yeah, everything is vibrating for real.
Yep.
Everything
Vibrations and
is
frequencies.
vibrations and frequencies.
Yep. Vibrations and frequencies. Everything is energy. You vibing low, for sure your pineal gland is calcified. Your pituitary gland.
That's why I don't really agree with people that that kind of separate you from the body, because the body is energy. But yet some people will tell you that the body. How can you not be the body if the body is energy too?
Yeah,
Everything is
yeah, yeah.
See, my
energy.
friends.
Yeah, I agree with that. Naga, the body is energy. When you touch, so when I touch certain things, I feel like electrocuted. You know, when you get your clothes out to dry, you get electrocuted. Or you touch like the wall or switch, the light switch, you get electrocuted. Yeah,
But
everything is energy.
that's because we not in alignment. You see, when once you're in alignment with the universe, electricity is supposed to flow through you. You're supposed to be a conductor, you know, to electricity, because your body, is 70 to 80% of water. Plus, we got iron in our body that makes us a conductor of electricity. So we're supposed to, uh, transfer. We suppose the electricity is supposed to flow through us, not shock us. Once the electricity shock you, that means you have toxins in your body, mucus.
Mm, I never heard that. That's what's up, man. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, yeah. When they say that we are electric beings, we really magnetized being.
Right? Yeah, because your soul is magnesium.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because your soul attracts. That's what attracts things to you. That's a part of being a cosmic being, because your soul is magnetism. You attract whatever you are. It's cause and effect.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only going to attract what I am. So that's why when I do YouTube, I only attract like-minded beings like myself.
Yes, sir.
As above, so below. You had mentioned that we majority water. Yep. As above, so below. That ain't number water above that firmament above our head.
Yeah, man. Electricity is a. I said this before in some of my lives, and I show it. With the magnet. The magnet. Once a magnet is being split, you know, that's when electricity is being created. So electricity is the result of breaking a magnet, or splitting a magnet. When you break a magnet and you're trying to stick it together, there is a negative force in between the magnet, and that's why we become electric beings, because we've been split from the mind. There is a split from the mind and the soul. We see things in uh, uh, in a dualistic way. We see things separate from out. The body basically uh, process things differently from the mind. See, the body process things little by little, bit by bit, and the mind put it together, but the mind see things as a whole. There is no separation in the mind.
Right.
Damn, I can't even go in my yard without getting pissed off. The damn birds ravaged my goji berries. And these birds are not native to here. Some stupid Englishman brought them over as pets, apparently. We
Man,
found them
all them birds.
starving.
Man, I believe all them birds is robots. Cause when I'm riding down the road, I be seeing 100 birds all hanging out on the power lines. I say, ain't no damn way in hell these birds is organic. And I said they don't made these birds. They GMO birds. Everything GMO here. They don't built these birds in a fucking lab.
Yeah,
Some of them
it's
are, I
just
think.
something that's there so you can't grow anything. I can't grow anything without these fucking introduced birds eating everything.
They try to hide the fact that these statues these are black people, man. I don't care what anyone says. It's
Yeah,
my opinion.
you're right, Charles. That's why they shot the noses off to hide who we are. Because most melanated people, and what I don't like saying everybody got melanin. Most neuromelanated people got big noses and big lips. So that's why they shot off the noses and the lips to hide who we were. Because we've been here that long.
They
They want
even
to hide
did
the
that
fact.
on our legislative building here. You can see that a buddy of mine did some work up there, and they put some statues, some pervert statues up there, Baphomets, up on the building at the reset, and they knocked the noses off of the actual, like, the maiden carvings they had on the back of the building. They knocked the
Right,
noses off, and they put
right,
pervert statues up.
right. The last reset, I believe, was in the when they talk about it in the Bible, the Great Flood. That was the last reset that they did. They wiped out the old civilization and started all over again. But yeah, we've been here that long. Yeah, all those ancient statues, they shot off all the noses, shot off the lips too to hide.
I
But
like
we,
how Bro Sanchez took the word planet and he said it's a plane with a net. And I thought that was cool the way he put that. And then one time he explained the male and female, the sun is, obviously the male and the woman is the moon. And then he said, when a woman gets married, she has the dress, the long part of the dress, So that long part of the dress is like how the moon drags in the stars at night. The way he was describing shit. This was like 8 years ago. It was part of when I found some channels on YouTube like probably 9 years ago. I don't even know, a long time ago. And it started opening my eyes to new information. And a lot of the information I started finding, I already had questioned and it was like, how could I put it? It was almost like I knew all along some stuff, like especially the globe. Them taking us out of the cosmic egg and putting us on the shell and all that good stuff. But I want to know all this information for me, because I'm curious and I want to know the answers. I want to travel. Who would not want to travel, right? And see this whole realm and all the different people. And because other than that, why the fuck are we here?
right. They want to keep everybody stuck inside of they want to keep everybody stuck inside of a Truman Show, inside of a 20 mile square range.
Yeah.
This is why I did this, and this is why I did a video breakdown about the Matrix keeps you away from people, like-minded people like yourself. So if you're looking for like a female companion, you will never find a female on the same conscious level as you, because the Matrix will make it to where y'all would not be like in each other's, vicinity.
Makes sense.
So they want to keep everybody stuck inside of a town or inside of their city. They don't
The Matrix is like a fish tank. It's like putting a fish in a fish tank and never, expand the fish tank, so the fish don't get to grow. You know when you put a fish in a fish tank, you have to change the size every couple, every certain amount of time for the fish to be able to grow. So that's
Yeah,
what the
even at
matrix is. The matrix keep us.
small, it'll stay kind of dormant. It'll be alive, but it won't really grow until it's put in a bigger pot or in the ground, and then it'll spring out.
Right. And a lot of y'all be thinking like, man, damn, why everybody zombified around me? Why everybody damn sleep around me? It's like that by design. The Matrix, they not gonna put you around nobody like in your real life. To everybody that's conscious. Hell no. They gonna make it to where your mama's a zombie. And I'm not saying it's malice, anything like that. I don't want nobody taking it the wrong way. They're gonna make sure your girlfriend, your wife,
I
husband,
get you.
whoever, they're gonna make sure they zombies asleep.
Yeah, they don't allow them to grow. It's like if you take a plant and you put it in the middle of a whole bunch of grass and stuff like that. These grass going to uh interrupt it, from growing. It's
Right.
going
There's
to.
always demons in place to stop you from thinking outside the matrix.
It's
Right.
more. It's more so. It's not. It's more so the things they put around us that not allow us to grow. Those of us that grow past it, is because we learn how to go around it. Certain plants know how to
Actual
go
demons
around
with
shit
these suggestions.
and
Right.
grow. And certain plants, they have to can nothing be there for them to grow. So the space have to be empty. But some
Right.
plants, they be able to go around, certain stuff, and grow. That's how
Right.
that's how some of us are. We know how to, get over shit. We know how to climb up the wall, but some people can't. They haven't developed that yet.
That's why I like using a lot of movies to like plead my case because they got to put the truth inside of these movies. So that's what they showed us in that movie Truman Show when Truman started to question the status quo and he went home and his wife sounded like a damn robot. He said, "What are you talking about?" And then when he tried to leave and go to Fiji, they tried everything in their power to stop him from going. So they can be the same thing that happened to you. You can be trying to go better yourself and move away. You want to travel, but the Matrix they'll stop you. Like they'll try to impede on that. And like they sent one of his childhood friends. They sent one of his childhood friends at him. Y'all remember that in that movie? So whoever watched it,
Yeah, that's a fact. But the barrier is a mental barrier. It's not a physical barrier.
right, right,
Nothing is really stopping us, from exploring, the earth, physically. But the change, is in our mind now. Men we are mentally we are slaves. So we have so much thing that's stopping us, so much beliefs that we have to get past. But unfortunately, a lot of us we content, with the belief with these beliefs. We don't know how to, get beyond these beliefs. I said this a long time ago. A belief for me is just like a door. Like I have to, once I have the belief about anything, I have to be able to open that door and see what's inside. But a lot of people, they're content with the belief. They ain't trying to decode it, to get behind it, and
yeah.
know
It's about taking the chains off you psychologically. You got to take these psychological chains that have been put on us. They took the chains off us physically and put them on our brain. That's what Dude said in the song. They put all these chains on our brain. Like you can be paying a mortgage. We know mort means death. You be paying a mortgage for 50 years. You got a chain around your neck tying you to that damn house. You finance on a car for 10 years. You paying $500 a month. That's another chain you put on yourself, an invisible chain. That's why they say when
yeah,
you get married. That's why they say when you get married, you literally tied down with a ball and chain. Everything's about
yeah,
slavery here.
yeah. These string theories
Other
tied you
things
up.
about debt slavery, they keep you in debt so you can't catch up.
we
Right?
being we
Debt,
we
debt
being
equals
tied up
debt equals death.
we're being tied up with string theories. The string theories is strings that literally, tied us down to one place. Like until you would be able to pass these theories and decode them, for for and get the truth out of them, you being tied up. You're stuck in one place. You can't go nowhere else. It's like a video game. Unless you beat the that level, you can't get to the next one. That's what they're doing.
Right, right. You be like what Charles just mentioned. He said debt slave, like debt. You become in debt to a deity. What's on the back of the dollar bill? And God we trust. The God they talking about is Yahweh, is Lucifer. So you become in debt to this deity because now you got a dollar bill ain't nothing but a debt note, a promissory note. So you got the more dollar bill fiat currency you have, the more debt you have, and debt means death, and you in debt to that deity.
Well, really, that debt is being paid off. They told you. Remember, they can't. They gotta tell you the truth. Yet there is, a debt, with that deity. But once you also accept, the sacrifice, then there is no debt. So is a two-way street. Is how you look at it. The devil is God. God is the devil. Is the higher self and the lower self. That's what they attributed to God and the devil. So it's one and the same. It's how you looked at it. That's why they want you to pick. You have to pick a side. You can't pick both. You can't be in between. But the truth is to be, to pick both and be in between. That's what they got you to do. That's why they're trying to get you to pick and choose. Once you pick and choose, you fall to the program. But once you're in between, you're literally the programmer. You're the one
Right,
programming.
right. Man, I just try to think outside of the cube, bro. I try to think. That's why they always say think outside of the box. I feel like I'm literally standing outside of the box, looking back in, knowing like I used to be inside of that same box, that same cube that they put on top of my head at graduation time. Like I never stood inside of that box. I always thought outside of that motherfucker. You know?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. But they tell the truth. They put you inside of the box, but they also tell you the box won't have no no cap. That's why when we talk we said no cap, right?
Right,
That yeah, the top don't have no cap. Just like the universe, it's an open iron, it's an open field. You
right,
see,
right,
and it's the same thing with the matrix. The matrix have to take the shape of the universe, or
right.
unless it would be able
So
to
that's
fit like
why
water.
they always say that the sky's the limit because they want you stuck inside of the matrix. They say the sky's the limit. That's it. Ain't nothing else past the sky. The sky is the limit. That's it. So they don't
Yeah,
want they don't want us knowing that we are microcosm compared to a macrocosm. The universe, the galaxy is a macrocosm. Just like that movie Bugs Life, when that main character in that movie Bugs Life, you remember him? He tried to leave the ant pile, and then when he tried to leave, they tried everything in their power to stop him from leaving the ant pile. He figured out like, man, I'm a fucking macrocosm compared to a micro. I'm a microcosm compared to a macrocosm. There's a whole world out there. So the same thing with us humans. We here on this ant hill in the matrix, and most of us not unknowingly not knowing there's a whole galaxy out there.
but we both, we macro and microcosm, right? Basically, it's all about the perspective, how you look at it. You is nowhere to go. Nowhere is now here. You now here. Like when you're looking at in the map, and the map point out, and tell you exactly where you at. You now here. That's nowhere. Is nowhere for us to go because we now here in the present.
Right,
That's the
right,
gift. We explore, the universe through our mind, the mental.
right,
The universe is the mind.
right.
So
I
we are
man,
literally
I
inside of our mind.
I interdimensional travel all the time. When I go to sleep at night, man, so called when I go to sleep and I die at night, because when you really die at night, because your damn bed look like a casket. They say that's what they say. Good morning. You've been dead all night, but that's besides the point. Yeah, when I interdimensional travel all the time, man. I go to different places all the time, man. I exist on other I exist on other planes of existence, man. Other than this,
Yeah,
this 3D reality.
yeah. It's another version of you in every part of the world. The universe is a multiverse. The
Right,
things that they tell us that countries is really they is really their own universe, their own atmosphere, their own ecosystem. So it's a version of us in different one. This is why you can go to a different country and meet somebody that just like you. You just meet your the version of yourself in that country. And we can either get along or we try to take each other out like Jet Li the One.
right,
But they more teach us to take each other out. Like it can't be two of us. It can't be two bulls under the same roof. But
right,
yeah, they teach you about the Bible, right? So it's all about you, man. It's how you understand the information that's being put in front of you. But everything is in plain sight. The truth is right in your face. They can't lie to you.
right.
They, they
Somebody,
just they can
somebody
only
said,
put. Go
my
ahead.
bad, bro. Somebody said Hillary trying to break the glass ceiling. Yeah, they've been trying to break. They trying to break the firmament dome. The Anunnaki built that firmament dome up there, and they trying to break it and get out of here because it's cosmic judgment. When they talk about the Book of Revelation, it's their own demise. It's cosmic judgment. They trying to escape it because they thought they can wipe their hands free of the karma by showing us what they've been doing to us this whole time. But no, it's just cause they don't win against nature, so they trying to get the hell up out of here.
Me personally, I don't think there is a dome. I think the dome that they trying to point us to is the same freedom they're talking about. You know, is the same freedom they're talking about. I don't think that there is a dome up there. I think it's all uh uh gas. It's all frequency and vibration up there. Like the higher you go, the stronger the vibration and the frequency. But I don't think there is like a a a a barrier, a physical barrier, that stop us from uh getting out of the earth. And on
What
top of
did-
that, I don't think that there is such thing as outer earth, right? Because the earth is outside of the ocean. The earth, us by us being in the earth alone, is us being outside of the universe, because we saying that there is water above and is water below, right? So if we not in water, we technically outside of the water.
Yeah,
So we already out.
we're surface. We are surface level beings, and then you have inner Earth beings. The inner Earth has the black. The inner Earth has the black sun. That's why they say, "As within, so without." So we not we. You got dark complected. You got light complected beings inside of the inner Earth. You got a sun inside the inner Earth. We surface level beings. As above,
Right,
so
we
below.
outer
As
earth.
within, so without.
Right, we outer earth. We outside of the earth. The inner earth being is those below us.
Right.
Those below us, they're the one inside of the earth. But as far as for us, we outside of the earth. We're literally outside of the earth. There is no anything uh above us, or we not there is no we're not inside of anything. We already in the open field. Is open, man. Is the higher you go, you're not going to find earth, but the wider you go, you're going to find earth. Anywhere you go, if you go to the left or to the right, you're always going to find earth. But once you go down, you're going to find inner earth. But once you go up, you're going to the atmosphere. You
Right.
going to
The reason why I believe there is a firmament because, like we was talking about, they got to put the truth in plain sight. So they put that in the book of Genesis for one, and for two, we've been spiritually cut off. Spiritually cut off, meaning we can't leave this plane of existence. We can, but we can't. Some of us have been trapped here by that firmamented dome, because at one point in time, before the firmament was put up there by the by these malevolent beings, we could leave. We could interdimensional travel at any time we want it. We could leave and go to other places. But now that firmamented dome they put up there and enclosed us in here, and the moon was brought here from another part of the galaxy. The moon's an artificial construct in itself. The
Now
moon,
I get
like
what
I
you're
said,
saying. I get
but
what you're saying. I'm just putting it in a different uh perspective.
right.
Like the multiverse they're talking about, right? The multiverse that exists is only exists from left to right. It don't exist from up to down. So we can travel in a dimensionally, but
Right.
we can't go up. High is nowhere to go up. Is nowhere to go up. We already up, right? Once you up, is nowhere else to go. You can only go down. This is why when people say when you hit rock bottom, you can only go up. So it's the same thing. Once you what's above what's above the heaven? The heaven is the highest you can go. And this is where we at right now. Where we at right now will be considered the heaven. But they don't tell us that. They don't want you to know that. But you can tell, if you read the mythology, if you read the stories, you could tell that they came to heaven. That the Bible tell you that the devil, came from into and fro, and and the earth, and went to the heaven, and God asked him where thou come from, right? And the devil answered, I came from I came into and fro in the earth, right? So the earth, is really the inner earth, and the heaven is really the outer earth, where we at right now. The war
Yeah,
is the war in heaven is the war that we having right now. We
yeah.
are the
The
gods.
war in heaven is cosmic, and heaven is a state of consciousness. They say they let. That's what I'm saying. The Bible they tell they like the Christians. They believe that heaven is a physical place, but no, heaven is a state of consciousness. So the higher
No,
you
but
raise
they're
the
telling them
consciousness
the
and you go up in
truth.
vibrations, you can be in a state of heaven. And then like we already know, your lower self, the lower you go in vibrations, you be in a state of hell. Because people always say, "Man, I'm living in hell." You know what I'm saying? It's a state of consciousness.
Yeah, but as above, so below. So
Right.
if it's as above, so below, then there gotta be a physical place in heaven also. And on the earth, there gotta be a mental place in the earth, because as above, so below, as within, so without. So the heaven have a is a physical place with a mental place, and the earth is a mental place with a physical place. So it's both. You can't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
one without
yeah.
the other.
You can be in hell when you go to the lower parts of the astral realm. Because
Right, according to your mental,
right, because people
according
say
to
they
your
have bad
mental.
dreams. Somebody told me they had a bad dream of clowns chasing them, and I told them, I said they didn't believe me. I said when you go to bed at night, you astral travel. So like you just said, it depends on your mental. So if you thinking low vibrational, you're gonna be in a low vibrational mind state of consciousness. So when you astral reject, you're gonna go where all the parasites at, all these parasitic entities where they dwell at, the Lord in the lower astral realm.
Right, you can be in heaven and still be in hell because of your mentals, because of how you think. Like the devil, he was in heaven, right? But his mind take him to hell, right? Because he was causing hell in heaven. So
Right.
God had to,
Well, right. I agree with you, Naga. And when we talk about devil, People think the devil is a nigga with a red pitchfork sitting in hell burning. Devil is an adversary. A devil can be
Exactly.
somebody. A devil can be anybody that goes against your ideology. A devil can be any. It's like an antichrist. An antichrist is President Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Antichrist. Antichrist is a school teacher. That's a devil
That's
because
right.
because they're trying to propagate their ideologies on you. That's satanic and that's demonic. You know, that's not liberating for your consciousness. They trying to go. They're antichrist. They're going against. They're trying to stop you from reaching your Christ pinnacle, from you becoming your higher, from you going and tapping into your higher powers. So they teaching you a bunch of fallacies. So that makes them a devil, an adversary, antichrist.
That's right. But to get back to the earth, right, with the earth being the heaven, you know, they are hiding the map of the earth, of the true earth, which is where these other beings come from. The earth is basically, I told Charles that all the time. There is an ancient map that show earth being two circles, right? This is why they had to hide that map and come up with one circle, because that map was, had people, when people wake up from the matrix, people will understand that, uh 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 people will understand where these beings come from, right? And eventually we will want these beings to go back to where they come from. So they realize that, okay, we gotta hide the fact that we come from, a different earth, because every time these people wake up, they're gonna want us to go back. But if we hide it, right, and only show us one, then they're gonna think that we come from the same earth. We is only one earth, and we all come from that earth. But
I believe if you're organic to the planet, you can get an ideal. I think the planet, the Earth, is like it goes into a spiral. It's like a coil. The Earth is like a spiral. It's flat, but it's a spiral. You know what I'm saying? And it's different
yeah,
planes.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that with the spiral. But I'm talking about,
Like the swastika.
the geographical shape of the earth is two circles that create is basically, imagine like the DNA string, right?
That's what the stars do every night, Chuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine two of these, right? Kind of like two front tires on a car, on a vehicle, or
Put the
two
Big
tires
Dipper
on a
on one of those
bicycle.
corners, and that's what it does every night. The center is the North Star.
Yeah.
Yep. And that the north,
And it's a
the northern
compass.
star, the northern star is Polaris. It's outside of the firmament dome. The sun inside of here is just a simulator. So yeah, y'all already know that, but yeah, the sun in here is just a
No,
simulator. Our,
we don't.
our real sun,
I
our real,
like what the info you're giving, man. It's solid.
yeah, it's
Your
true.
mind
It's
is
true
solid.
fact. Yeah, it's facts, man. Our real sun is outside of the firmament dome. It's called the star Polaris, the northern star. That's why our ancestors use it so much. But the sun they gave us inside of here is an artificial construct, just like the moon.
Well, I think differently, right? I agree with the black sun, and I think the black sun is really Saturn. But I think it's easy to get rid of darkness. All you gotta do is bring light, right?
Somebody called it the soul
So,
lure system. I like that.
so,
It is.
so
It is. That's what it's called. It's called the solar system. The solar system exists of a trillions of souls, man. They choose to
but
incarnate here any given time because they can go back. They can go to the dark side of the moon and get a human avatar, a human costume, and come down here and play this
You
game.
get lured.
I
You get
think the black
lured.
sun is still. I think the black sun is still here. They brought the solar system to kind of overshadow the black sun, right? That's what they did. They bring their own solar system here to, to basically overshadow the darkness, that, the dawn, not darkness but the dawn light. You know
I,
that. You know
I was
them.
gonna ask you what comes from darkness when you go into a dark room. You cut the light. What comes from light comes from darkness.
That's
So
right.
the cosmos is made up of dark matter energy, plasma energy. We number like we call ourselves star seeds. We ain't number stardust. As above, so below. So when you look at the sky at night, all you see is a reflection of ourselves. Cosmic energy.
Can you see how the lands would be birthed out from the center like that swastika is going?
Yeah, yeah, I see it. Yeah, you said the
It's
y'all all
sad though. It's sad they demonized this symbol.
I mean,
People think this is racist.
just like they humanize the women. So everything that's gonna lead you to the truth have to be demonized.
Sorry about that, True Zone. I cut you off.
it's all good, bro. I ain't tripping. You know, you my brother, man. I consider you a brother, man. It's all good. No need to apologize, bro. Yeah, they demonized everything, man. Everything they took it and inverted it.
That's right. But the demon it is nothing for real. The demon is nothing. It's just the negative force.
Demons are everywhere. They're trying to do their job, giving us suggestions, putting us against each other. They're
I
always
think
there.
demons are within all of us. That to describe the negatives, what we call negative, right?
I'm saying they're actual entities.
Me
I'm
personally,
When you
thinking
have
of doing something good,
a
and
dirty
then a
thought
thought
coming
will
into
come
your
in my
head
head.
or
Like,
whatever,
nah, fuck that.
or
me personally, I call the negative the naga activity. So we are the nagas, the niggas. So the force that really attributed to us, they use reverse psychology to turn us against that force. You know, the positive force is the opposite force. You know, the negative force, is the dark matter force of the universe, is the force of the universe. The positive force or the opposite force is the force that is the result of the dark matter being split. You know, so that force, the force, the organic force, the
that dark
natural
matter
force,
had to be
they
created before it was split.
yeah, the dark matter, when it's a dark matter split like a magnet, there is a force that's being created, from in between both of them. So that
You
force
talking
right there.
about Big Bang?
Say that again.
Are you saying Big Bang?
Well, they call it Big Bang, but that's their way to explain it. But uh it's really a force, just like I was saying earlier. Anybody could do that exercise. You could take a magnet and break it in half, or just break it, a piece of the magnet, and try to stick it back together. There's gonna be a force in between that magnet, and that force right there is the positive force, is the opposite force of the magnet. That's why when you're trying to bring the magnet together, you see it forces them apart. That's the positive force. The negative force is what make the magnet sticks together. Is
That
when you
magnet
flip the
had to
magnet.
be created in the first place by some intelligence before it was ever split or whatever you're talking about, right? It had to be created if it's matter and it's
I don't.
intelligent design. It had to be created before you can start manipulating it and splitting it like Big Bang is
Well,
BS.
the
Like
well,
nothing explodes into everything. That's just, and we accept that, and that's crazy.
I'm not saying like anything. I say once it's split, of course there gotta be a force applied, right, in order to split that magnet, right? But I'm saying that the force, the force that's created, you know, being the result of the split magnet is what we call a positive force. But they reverse it and say it's a negative force. So I'm with you on that. That that force have to already been there.
Look at this shit on this picture. I mean, I don't know if
Looks
this
like a
is
hand.
fake, but it's a foot.
Looks like a hand.
Yeah, those are
That could be a
giant. Those
hand.
those are those giant beings that we were talking about. Because yeah, we used to be giants. We used to be 20, 30 feet tall. That's why those old all those mountains are old tree stumps. Yeah, we got shrunk down. Or I said that the other day. I said that's why in the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, they showed us in that movie what weapon they use to shrink us down.
Here you go, faceplant.
Well, I believe we
Yeah,
are
because
what we are.
That's a
the trees
mesa
were so tall.
Huh?
If we're
and even
gonna say that,
islands, entire island tree stumps too.
Yeah. This is a huge tree
Tenerife,
stump. I just want to say this
even
reminds me of the trees, the stumps that would be in Florida. They had trees like this. They were wide and skinny, like just like this. I gotta find a picture.
don't you guys think if we were
like
giant, there
mangroves.
would be don't you guys think if we were giant, there would be more huge stuff on Earth? That was going to point us. I think the little
I
bit of
do think
stuff.
there is outside of where we are.
Yeah,
This
I think
place
to
is
say
we got the
I think this
leftovers.
I think to say we were giant is a big reach, because
Think about it.
that will give them a lot of powers, to reduce us to what we are
You gotta
from
think,
being a
man.
giant.
You gotta think. After every reset, like we used to be able to use 100% brain capacity. Now we only can use what 10 to 20%. Over time, like they shrunk us down. They showed us in that movie. I keep bringing up movies, man. They showed us in that movie Avatar that we were tall at one. We were taller at one point in time. The trees were taller. So if we know the trees were taller, I can automatically assume that we were even taller back then. Because
I would love to fucking
ain't
dig
no way we're
into
gonna be
this.
5 foot. Ain't no way we're gonna be 5'9" with a 100-foot tall tree.
Yeah, I would love, because I look at this realm like they cut all these big trees down. Like, if this is the case, I'm not saying it's factual, but that's what it seems to me. And you could cut trees with lasers at that. I have a video of them cutting trees with lasers. And
Yeah, well,
yeah, I don't know what this is, but it looks like somebody sleeping to me, man. And that's a big fucking dude, man.
You
Makes
gotta
us look
think.
like fucking fly larvae. That's how little we are.
And we all know this is a cosmic war before it's a spirit, before it's a physical war. So the weaponry that they have is these are advanced beings. This is a cosmic war being fought. So they gave these malevolent beings the technology to go against us, man.
nah, man, I can't give them that. I can't give them that credit. I can't put them on the pedestal like that.
Now, I ain't
Like
putting them
that,
on
I
a
can't.
pedestal. I'm not putting them on a pedestal. This is just facts we dealing with. They not shit. I'm just saying they were given a helping hand to encapsulate us inside of this nightmare.
Nah, I think we the one. I think we give them, certain knowledge. I think we're teaching them, like right now. You know,
Yeah.
we
I agree with that, Naga. Yeah, we taught them. We were their teachers, even in ancient Kemet, because we know America is Egypt. They learned everything from us. But they stole it at the same time. We gave them the knowledge. We gave them everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
give it to them, if we give it to them, they can't. We can't give it to them and they steal it from us at the same time.
Right.
We gotta
They
other.
reverse engineered it and used it against us. We gave them the knowledge, but they reverse engineered it and started using this shit against us.
Truth zone.
Well, I think it's more. We start to look at things the way they look at things. For example, if I take a lion out of the jungle and I civilize the lion, then I start living, this, in the ways a lion's supposed to live, civilized. Then the
Yeah.
lion didn't use that information against me. You know, I follow the ways of the lion after civilize it.
Right.
So
Right.
I think, like, they try. I would say the most I would say is they try to do it to us, but they couldn't. It didn't work because slavery didn't. Uh, uh, Slavery got abolished. Slavery is proof that whatever they tried to do to us didn't work. So now,
It did work, and it's
be,
still working.
be,
Yeah. Hey, face plant. You was about to ask me a question, bro.
It
What
did
was
work.
but slavery never the what's it called? The
Yeah.
abolishment of slavery. That's a
Another
fallacy.
Slavery didn't work.
another example. What you're talking about, Truth Zone, is the whatever happened in the 1800s and before, like the controllers of today, of the world today, what they did in the 1800s. These buildings were already there, built by
That's right.
somebody else before.
Right. Right. Because we
Right.
would. Yeah. Right. That's true.
But
Because I don't
so
want to.
so
I don't.
the repurposing in the 1800s, like the buildings were turned into breweries, insane asylums, jails, hospitals, universities. Everything was repurposed. What was already there, right? What's running shit today?
Right. They say they founded it. They say we
Yeah,
founded this in 1755.
orphanages, insane asylums, um, jails, government buildings, everything.
Right.
Man, listen, man. I don't know.
Breweries, distilleries, and it's all part of the control, right?
Right. Right. Because Naga was Naga. You had just mentioned. You said that we civilized them and they learned from us. That's true. When they came here, they were uncivilized. But dark complected people. We were the first civilized advanced species on this planet that walked this planet. So anything that they learned and got, they got from us. And this is true. This is facts, man. This can be no more further than the truth than I
So
can
what I'm
put out.
saying,
I gotta say this, right. We can't forget that before.
what I'm saying, Truth Zone, is what were they before? What were they used for before? What was that distillery? What was that orphanage? You know, and the buildings that they're still destroying. All the wars is a cover story to destroy all that.
Look,
It's our ancient buildings. I can't say why we built them. We built them just like the pyramids. This is you got to think America is Egypt. This is the old world. America is the old world. Not the It's new to them. This is why they renamed everything. New York City, New Mexico, New England. But this shit has already been here.
look.
What
Is
was
no
what
is
was
no
shall
is
be.
no is no debate that there was a civilization before these people came. I don't care if they say they discover or they found it, whatever they did. We had civilization before the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Incas,
Right.
right? We had all this civilization before that was here. These people they journey come lately. They came, in the 1,000, 1,100, 12, 1,300, 14, 15, 16, 1,700. That didn't give them enough time for them to destroy what we had because they didn't just we didn't they didn't just come with a plan and executed. We give them a hard time. We fought against these things. This is what I said. Slavery didn't work, because at the end of the day, we won. Whatever these people came to do, that didn't happen. now the most I could say is they tried to do it, but they didn't do anything. We're restoring back, what we had. Period. That's what we're doing. So all these building we're talking about, we build them. They didn't build them. They didn't have time to build. They was
Oh,
too busy, trying to tame us, so they could do what they, came to do peacefully. And there was no peace.
What were the buildings though? That's what I'm wondering. If it didn't do their job on us, why don't we know what those buildings were before?
Well, you mean you mean you could speak for the people that don't know, but that don't mean that everybody don't know what this building are. That don't mean everybody don't know what this
I'm
building are.
asking, hey though, give me an example of repurposed building and what it was before, let's call it the reset, or ongoing reset.
A lot of these buildings are where building that's harness energy. That once you go inside
Yeah,
this building,
yeah.
well, once you go inside this building, like you won't be the same. Whatever disease that you had, cleanse. And also these buildings are interdimensional, building that you go in there, you meditate, that take you, into different, you know uh universe. These buildings were aligned with certain stars. It wasn't just like building that was just built just to build. They were
right,
aligned with
right, right,
stars.
right. Just like the pyramids too. Our ancestors knew that that's why they built the pyramids in certain geographics of this nation, of the landmass, because they knew it was in alignment with the certain star constellations.
Right. So we traveled into these buildings. We do healings into these buildings, meetings into these buildings.
This does
So
look like it
used
would be
for
a black person.
these buildings used for many different things.
Hold
See,
on,
they knocked the nose off of this one.
yeah, that's a neuromelanated being. That's a dark complected person. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They
And
shot they
then
shot the noses off to hide who was here first.
this
All over
one
the
looks like the Mirandilla picture. Looks like they had locks or dreads that were long, and it
right.
was and it was
We said
you
we
know
said
how they put
we
them
said
back.
Look, I'm gonna
So
say one more thing. I'm gonna say one more thing. When I was talking about the Predator movie earlier, the Predator had dreads. So when the colonizer came here, they represented the material matrix. So they was low vibrational beings. We was killing their asses, man. That when they came here, that movie is a personification of them coming here and invading us because we went with we were one with nature. They came with weapons, guns. We had guns and shit, but they came. They represented the material world. We fought against that.
that's right.
I'm not saying all these pictures are real either, and that some people found even large penises, man, from these titans, which is I think some of these could be photoshopped or whatever. Some of these aren't, like that face in the center, the third row down. That face in the center, that's official.
The thing is, what would be the purpose of the statues? Now I understand the building. I could get jiggy. I could get down with the buildings. But when it comes to the
Some of these could
statues,
be statues. Some of these probably weren't all live titans. So I think some of these were like giant castles, and these were heads that they had carved in for decoration. Some of them.
or could these have been fort?
Now, that's what I'm saying. Ask yourselves, why would they shoot the noses off and shoot the lips off? What are they trying to hide?
Yeah, the guy in the top left
Maybe
definitely
that
was a black guy. The one on the
Well, I
bottom
don't.
right
Me
looks like
personally,
Jesus Christ, the
me
it
white
must have
personally,
been
Jesus.
it must have been
I
other
don't think.
titans that chopped their noses off, right? Like,
Me personally, I don't think that they just wasn't a mission to shut the lips and noses off. I think this might have been fort. You know, and the nose and the mouth is where people was at. that the one that was doing the shooting, they're firing back. So they end up shooting at these areas because that's where the targeted the was coming from. These could have been war uh uh buildings and stuff like that.
My whole take on it, man, is they came. So I don't want to keep getting into this whole colonizer theory, even though it's true. They came here. They rewrote our history, man, and they gave us his story. And they say, I don't want to say it like this. They kind of whitewashed everything. Because what do they give us with religion? They give us a Caesar Borgia character. What do they give us at Christmas time? They give us a white Santa Claus. They kind of they came here, took the land, gave us a Bible, and whitewashed everything.
Nah, I just think they tell
But
the
I can't say they took the land, they colonized the land and whitewashed everything, man.
I just think they tell their own version of history, and we just abandon ours. We just rely on them telling us, our history, and what really went down on the land. But they can only tell, their own version.
Right. His story, man.
Right now, we can tell our own stories.
Well,
Right?
like what took the Titans out? Apparently, it was they're too hard on the land. They're so big, they grew so big that they're too hard on the land, so they had to be taken out. Because
You think it might hey
they're damaging.
plants you think it might have happened from a reset, bro? Something like that? Because I seen somebody my partner, he got a channel called Meltology, and he posts like videos and pictures on his channel. They had like 50-foot tall doors and back in the old world.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let
and
Joe
before
that.
and before that, it was probably bigger. There was a reset before that, and a reset before that,
I'm
and
gonna
it was
let Joe
bigger.
build on that.
It's the farther you go back, the bigger things were.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Joe build on that because I don't have no concept of giant.
It's
The
like
giant for
you
me.
can imagine one of those walking around your town, right? It's crushing everything.
That's what I keep saying. I keep using movies to prove my point. This is what I'm saying. Because we all know the CIA has an office in Hollywood, and Hollywood has an office in the CIA, and they make these none of these movies they make is by coincidence. That's what I'm saying. That movie, yeah, I remember that movie. Honey, I blew up the kid. Honey, I shrunk the kids. When dude, that scientist was using
Yeah,
that goddamn laser weapon
I
to
remember
shrink
that.
motherfuckers to make them giants.
I generally don't watch movies.
Look at this.
I don't
This
like
old
having that kind
technology
of
in India.
motion in my mind if I'm trying to figure something out. I don't want that.
I'm not saying any of this is real, but hey, it's similar. It synchronizes, and people just some people don't want to accept the fact that the ancestors were intelligent, smarter. They already had technology we have today. Like it's something new. Like it couldn't have been thought of by our ancestors. You know?
Well, there must have been giant machines that would just crawl along and dig up the land and scoop it up and form it into concrete blocks and lay it. They could program it to fucking crawl along and just build buildings. They just punch in whatever
Man,
number.
our ancestors were so technically advanced, man. Somebody said in the comments, it said it's true. Darker colored skinned people were the first one to exist. Period. Yeah, man. Our ancestors were nothing to play with. Highly advanced because you gotta think they were more in line with the cosmos. They went by universal laws. They didn't follow maritime man-made laws. Everything was universal. They had all of the ancient technology. They had the knowledge.
I don't know if I agree with that. No disrespect to anyone, but
Well, there's some giants in the north.
I think we were all created.
1800s.
We might have came from different lands. That's what I think. Like people were everywhere, but
I respect your hypothesis, man. But me knowing personally, I know this can be no more further than the truth that we were the first to ever existed, bro. And this is no disrespect to nobody else's race or creed, but
that's 100% truth. Like if I knew it was the truth,
that's a 1,000,000,000,000% truth. The dark complected people were the first to ever existed or ever walk this planet, bro. That's 1,000,000,000% truth. That's as real as I can be, man. And I'm not saying this because I'm a dark complected man. I'm going by my research and what I've been studying. Everything points me in that direction. Okay, I see. Okay, everything else came out. Everything,
that's the direction you're looking. That's what you're gonna find.
Yeah, everything after.
Nah, it's true. It's true. It's true. The information point out, all the information out there suggested that melanated beings, were first on this planet. But the truth is that melanated being is, aboriginal to this planet.
The same people that give us the ball.
No, man, it come from us. I can go within and get this information. I had a dream not too long ago. You can go within and get this information. You can meditate and get this information. We were the first ones that ever existed here. This is why we're hated so much, man. That's why they told you in the Bible the first should be last and the last should be first. Who's first here now? Everybody else. We were here first. The beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega. I'm not saying we better than nobody. It's just for my research, we dealing with science, not man-made science, our science.
I respect it.
Today. Because we match, and let me tell you one more thing how I can tell. We match nature. That's why I told you, if you look at a dark complected woman with an afro, her fro looks just like a tree. I got an afro now. My hair looks just like the tree outside. One with nature. That way, because if you match nature, that means you're organic toward the planet. Anything after us came after us. You gotta think that's where eugenics comes from. That's where human grafting comes from. Everything else was genetically spliced from us. They say we come from monkeys and pigs. No, we wasn't genetic. We the original man. Anything else was genetically spliced into existence by mad scientists. You do eugenics.
My creator is the Yakub.
Now, I ain't saying he's your creator, but I'm saying it was through eugenics. The Asiatic, the Javentian, only been here 6,000 years. We've been here.
I've read about Yakub. I agree with a lot of the 5% teaching, but that one I don't.
Now, I thought about you.
Where are the drawings for the buildings and what writing was used? That's what I'm interested in.
Man, this I'm gonna say one more thing, man. This will let you know that we're a special type of being. They use neuromelanin inside of bullets. They use neuromelanin to make these computers, to make these smartphones. They use neuromelanin to build these buildings, man. And this is true.
What buildings?
I'm not going to say it isn't true because I honestly don't know. I'm going to start looking into this melanin.
Glass and steel.
They use a melanin, man, to build. Carbon is the basic foundation for all life. I'm a carbonated being. Carbon is a dark complected person. That's carbon. Carbon is the basic fundamental for all life. That's why they say everything else is a carbon copy.
Who came first? But I consider those would still be the ancestors of this realm. So all respect to them. And but I know I'm here now, and I know it's time to elevate.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. That's what I'm saying. We all spiritual, we all soulful beings, man. Trying to figure this place out.
What's the recipe for the steel that they used to make. What's in the steel they used to make that didn't rust and was lightweight and stronger than anything we can make
right?
today? That's what
I,
I'm about. Like, what?
I
How
think
did they
they were in flying
build the
crafts and all
tunnel?
that stuff.
How did they build the tunnels and the underground rail lines and the tunnels and everything? Where's the drawings for it? You know, that's if we want to get back to not burning oil and digging up the earth and shit. And
Hold on. I'm gonna say one more thing about this topic we just on, and after this I'm done. This let you know, man. Melanin is worth more than gold, man. So I'm a walking bank. Inside of what I got in my physiology is neuromelanin, and that shit's worth more than any natural resource here on this planet. So that tells you everything you need to know right there, man. What I have inside of my physiology, inside of my anatomy is neuromelanin, and that shit is worth more than raw gold itself. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Bro, melanin is not something you can abstract. You can't. It's not something you can. You can't.
No, everybody has melanin. That's true. Everybody has melanin because melanin protects you from the UV rays. We have neuromelanin. Neuromelanin connects you to the cosmos, man.
Yeah, melanin is not something you can measure. You know, and say,
Right,
okay, I have.
but
You can't.
it's worth more than gold. Why do you think people be getting these melanin shots trying to darken their skin?
If you can't measure it, you can't tell its worth.
That's wild.
How can you
You
measure
said
its worth?
darken the skin.
Yeah, you ain't seen that, man. People be getting these melanin injections, man,
That
darkening
is
their skin.
true. Bleach. Damn, that's wild. Why would people want to do that, man? You are who you are for a reason. We're all unique and special and
Because
intelligent. That's wild. People would
that's
do that.
true. Because certain beings can't take the sun. When I go, like when my wife is Caucasian, bro. When we out there at my daughter's softball games, she gets sunburned so bad her skin starts to blister, man. When I'm out there at the softball
Damn.
games, there's a lot of Caucasians out there, and they can't take the sun the way we can. I just get darker because we one with the sun. I just get darker. I don't get blisters on my skin, and I have to put lotion on her skin and like so she can heal. She be in pain, man.
Yeah, I get
the
dark.
sun's different. The sun's different in Mexico than it is in Canada. Like when I get a sunburn in Canada, it's worse. If I go to Mexico and get a
Think about what
sunburn,
you
it's not as bad. I don't blister. It's
Think
different.
about what you just said. Sunburn. The sun burns certain people. It don't burn me. I get darker.
Listen, bro. The
Like
argument,
some
this
dark people
argument
get
can
burned
be
sunburn
this
more in Canada than they do where they came from.
this argument can be easily settled, just like who, just by asking this question, who would be feel better to survive in a desert jungle, a bear or a lion?
A desert jungle.
Yeah.
Man,
There's no, what the hell's a desert jungle?
Uh,
It's the
uh
opposite.
what you mean is it's the opposite.
A desert jungle. I don't. There's no such thing, is there? I don't know what. How is a desert a jungle?
It used to
Why
be a
can
jungle. Yeah, until I think a lot of desert sand is, I know people will probably laugh, be like, that's some bullshit, but I think some of the sand is like wood chips would be from the trees we cut, but I think these bigger trees are made out of silica. It's a possibility. That's what I'm speculating. Some of that sand is left over from either the cutting of it or unless they use lasers. Like,
There would have
how else would you cut a
been
tree the size of the fucking universe?
there would have been a big flood, and then before that there would have been an even bigger flood, and before that there would have been an even bigger flood, right?
I said they cut the Titan trees down, and that's where the ocean water came from because it wasn't sucking up. And maybe I don't know. it's all speculation in the past, but we should plan to figure
It's
out, like, if I
like
leave
a
Connecticut on a boat, according to the moon map, I could find land that they're hiding. We need a big boat and just dip out.
Yeah.
The military says stop. We'll be like, we don't hear you.
seems like
Yeah.
there's ice in the north and there's ice around in the south. It's like
Allegedly.
it's like it's been hacked. It's turned into a big refrigerator. You know, it hacked to your system.
Something isn't right about it.
The
Because the
ice
old
wall,
map showed deserts out there, you know, with giants. It was called the land of the giants. I have the maps now. I know people could say, "Oh, those are just drawings, Chuck." Anyone could have created those. True, it's very true.
They take the Earth systems and hack it, and turn it into like a big heat pump.
Now, why would someone draw something or carve this, more or less? People could say that's a child. That ain't no damn child.
look. Those are Sumerians. See, they got dreadlocks, man. Don't nobody else have, who else got dreadlocks like that?
That's true.
That might be some of the stuff that was faked in the 1800s too.
Who else got dreads like that? Nobody else on this planet got dreads but us like that. That lets you know right there. This is from the ancient Sumerians.
Yeah, that might have been faked in the 1800s too.
Yeah,
they came from the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki had dreads. When they came down here and held a physical form, they had dreadlocks. Because you got your agreeable Anunnakis and you got your disagreeable Anunnakis.
Shit, I can't even trace my ancestors all the way back. Chuck my genetics might have been from a laboratory. Imagine that shit.
That might be 6,000 years old. It might be faked in the 1800s. We don't know.
That's why we're called Germans.
Oh shit! Say that one more time, Charles. You said Germ. I never heard that before. Germans. God damn.
I used to think wild shit like that. Because a lot of I was, you know, all the like the Yakub theory. They say Yakub created the white race, you know, because he knew genetics. He had a laboratory in the mountains or so. I don't know, but that I've looked into all that. Then you get this other thing that recently came about these orphan trains, and they were saying that's why, you know, either a lot of the parents, something happened, and that's how they got all them children, or people are saying they were created in the laboratory. And what were them pictures I showed Faceplant that had the incubators and all that? I don't know. Some people say they can't trace back their family. Yeah, it's because names have changed. Fucking, they changed the country's names. People move around. You know,
I do believe in eugenics and cloning and human being splicing, like them splicing different beings into existence. I do wholeheartedly believe in that, man.
That's why there's animals that look fucking like this animal I'll show you in the video. Yeah, I think the giant people, 12, 14 feet tall, had a lot of knowledge of genetics, and we might have been created from their genetics. That's my theory. That's what I think. That there were taller people of all shades of flesh. You know,
see when you speak about that, you're speaking of the Anunnakis that came here. They created a Homo sapien race, and then the Homo sapien race turned on them, so they created a human being. The human being was created to be a slave race.
Look at this fucking thing. They're playing with genetics all day long. That's like a kangaroo Gretchen.
Because look,
It's
they
feet.
try look when they show you a caveman. What does a caveman look like? They try to say we come from monkeys, right? They say the caveman we evolved
The
from monkeys.
caveman looks like my Uncle Ed, man.
You ever seen a dark complected caveman?
Nope, I haven't.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Because they know where they come from. They try to say we come from monkeys. That's a fucking mishap. That's a lie. That's asinine.
I know I didn't come from a monkey.
I was in a
I came
store
from
one day, bro. This was not too long ago. It was a little white kid in the store, like trying to mock me. It was like making monkeys noises, like monkey sounds, like
That's
trying to mock
right.
me, like insinuating that I'm a monkey. I look back, I started laughing. I turned back around, just finished my shopping. I said, "Yeah, his parents indoctrinate them. They telling them that we come from monkeys. That's bullshit."
I think that concept, I'm not saying genetics aren't manipulable, but I think a lot of these ideologies or racist shit was created to keep the ignorance going, man.
Yeah, man, that was like the
Keep
most
us
blatant.
fighting and
I just
arguing, and
ignored it and started laughing, man. You know.
that's wild. That man, the child had to be taught by the parents. Children are always analyzing, listening to everything. They see everything. So, where did that child pick that up from?
The parents' ignorance.
I used to get mad
I have these
shit like that.
hybrid squirrels around here, and they're nuts.
Hybrid what?
Squirrels. They're a cross between a big gray squirrel, and a small red squirrel. And there's a bunch of different ones around. It's weird, and they're just crazy. There's one stalking me right now. It's a real vicious one. It attacks the other ones all the time.
That's what I'm saying. I believe some of them squirrels and birds are damn drones or spies, government spy drones, man. I be believing that wholeheartedly sometimes. Like, man, why is there 1,000 goddamn birds on one power line just looking at me? Said Hermes.
I forgot the map I have. It shows ships coming from the outer, the map version of it looks like a ripple effect. It has the ring, the outer ring, the outer ring. It looks like a bullseye. Well, it shows shit. I forgot the name of the map. It's one of my favorite maps. It also shows this so-called ice wall as desert. So I don't know what's going on, but either something happened. Even maybe cutting the trees down. These titan trees probably made it warmer. Because some guy made a point. He said when you cut the trees down, the wind blows more and it gets colder. At night and all this stuff. So trees also play a part.
And it raises the water table. When you cut the trees down, it raises the water table.
That too.
Right. This is a tropical planet. This planet has always been a tropical planet. It never got cold here until they invaded here. They say it's cold on Nern. The Nern is the damn moon. They use a sub-zero technology to make it cold here. It's not supposed to get cold here. That's unnatural. And so this has always been a tropical planet.
The moon steals the heat away.
It does because it's cold on the dark side of the moon. As above, so below. The moon has cities on it too on the dark side of it. It's cold up there. It's not supposed to get cold here. This has always been a tropical planet. Always. It never got cold here until they invaded.
You think you're like with Red Squid, and you think there's like they got a base at the back of the moon, sort of thing? And it's
like as above, so below. Yeah, it's cities on the dark side of the moon. You only see if you look at the moon, you only seen one side of the moon your whole life. You've never seen the other side of the moon. That's for a reason. The moon
Like,
ain't nothing but the moon's a vehicle. Because if
would
you
it be
notice,
like a semi-material? Would it be like a semi-material that we would just kind of?
That's a red squid thing, so I didn't know that.
the moon controls the simulation because the moon projects the matrix down to what we see down here. The moon ain't nothing but a projector. They projecting the 3D reality down here from the moon. So what we see, that's why we only can see 10%. That's why we only can see 10% of the light pole spectrum here.
Everything, right? The moon is reading everything. If it's taking light away, it's
So,
reading as light, right?
You gotta think the moon only been here 20,000 years. The moon ain't been here that long.
So you think it's a solid thing that was built, and it's not like some kind of semi-material, sort of another dimension sort of thing?
The moon, yeah, it's an artificial construct. It was built in another galaxy. They brought it here on the tail end of a comet and parked it inside of the Earth's atmosphere.
So is it like a solid thing?
No, it's translucent. The moon's not solid. It's translucent. That's why when you see a sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, you can kind of see right through the moon.
We can't go there as physical people, right?
No. You can go there in a spiritual form.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go there, by the way.
No, hell no. You don't want to go to the dark side of the moon.
No.
Hell no.
I would have seen that in a dream or something and not wanted to go there.
Yeah, but the moon ain't nothing but one big vehicle that they use. That's why you be seeing the moon over here, over there. They be driving that motherfucker like a bus.
Wandering star. And
plus, the moon is the energy weapon too. This is why they say people get moody on a moon day, moody. Money, monetization, everything is ran from the moon, the Saturn moon matrix.
I think it hurts the berries on the bushes. Like if it looks like if the berries are in the shade, but it's actually the shade from the moon, then they don't rot. Like
if you look at the geographics of the Earth and you look at the geographic of the front side of the moon, you'll see it's the same. They got the same landmass copied on the front side of that moon. That lets you know the moon's artificial. I seen a picture somewhere of that. I wish I'm gonna post that on my community page. He said nobody knows. No one has been there. Yeah, you've been there before. You go to the dark side of the moon to get a human costume, man, to come back down here. You've been there before. You just don't know it.
And I don't want to go back.
So I'm saying I keep going to movies, man. They showed you that in that movie Ghost when Dog died, when Patrick Swayze died in that movie, that damn white light came on. That white light is a false light plane. That's the damn moon. That's that moonlight.
See, the new lights they put in the back lane and on the street are actually poisonous. They hurt
those street lights.
And it's like you can't stand to be in that light. As soon as that light goes on, you don't want to be in there.
Right.
Like, you know, they say you make vitamin D with your eyes and the sun hits it.
Right.
So, like on job sites, they have this horrible light, and it's like they have a big tower with a big light on it, and it's horizontal, and it's right in your eyes, and that's poisonous.
It is, man. I was riding down the road, man. I seen a whole street full of those purple lights on the street lights. I said, look at this shit.
Yeah, there's an electric car plant I found. I was looking up months ago, free energy, and I was also looking at electric cars, and they had in 1890 something, they had one in Hartford, Connecticut. an electric factory that built electric cars with the pump stations. I mean, not pump stations, charge stations. They had all this stuff already. It's wild. I even think the Germans really had all them advanced in Germany. People should look into Germany, man, in the 1890s. They had trains that remind me of the Superman ride at Six Flags. You know, your feet hang down. It's that type of track. It's not like a roller coaster track. It's more or less that the German had a train on that type of track. I mean, I think they left here. I think they went to outer lands.
Yeah, they go to outer lands all the time. They leave the ice wall all the time. They just cut us off from going outside of there.
Yeah. Imagine how clean and beautiful it is. I bet you there is giant trees over there and waterfalls, and there might even still be giants over there because they can't live here with you know, imagine trying to breathe up there with all them toxins and shit. You'd probably fall over and crush everything in your path.
Right. This is why they came out with this is why they came out with the Air Force, and they got the United Nations, all these different treaties, and the world military. It's for us to keep us stuck inside of here.
And you would need an atomic bomb to drop on someone that big. You would need some big missiles, man. Twice not big. I think people are 12 and 14 feet tall. You got what's the tallest person in the world right now? 8'1" or something?
Yeah.
Tallest ever. 9
How
something.
much food would you have to grow to feed it?
I don't know.
How many more trees would you need to build the houses for them?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is how did all these giants or even people? They said that the Aztecs got up and left. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they got up and left to outer lands maybe because they knew this place is probably going to go to crap. I mean, after you cut those big trees down, this place was crap. And they sift everything out of the dirt to get all these metals, and the soil isn't even rich like it used to be. It's all, everything's being pulled out of the earth, all the crystals and
There's
everything
a horrible crust on the ground here. There's a horrible crust on the top of the soil here. It's like it's aluminum from the spraying or whatever. And then it just comes down in the rain or the snow, and it just settles up right a layer on the ground, and it fucks everything up.
Look at these crystals. I had another one, but it's gone.
Yeah, that's how we really heal with those crystals, man. But they send us to their witch doctors. And they use pharmaceuticals to say that's gonna heal you, but they don't want you using these crystals and minerals to heal.
Of course not. They don't want to cure. They want to keep you coming to spend your money. That's how sick these people are.
Years.
They're completely.
I don't want to be under a doctor's care. Thank you.
If those people exited out of here, I wouldn't lose 1 second of sleep. I'd probably sleep better.
I agree with you, man.
Call that shit pharmaceutical.
Pharmaceutical. Yeah, man. It's detrimental to your anatomy and taking in all those. See, I thought back in the day it was good taking them. My mom would give us vitamins and pills. I told you they try to put me on Ritalin, but you know that kills the mind, man. Them putting us on all that dope, all that stuff, man. It's basically dope, man. So-called legalized dope that ruins you over time.
Yeah, the Matrix makes your own family do that to you.
Right. They turn your family into agents against you. That's why the etymology of a family is That's why the etymology of a family is the household of servants and slaves. 'Cause they're gonna turn your own family against you.
And they're gonna kick you out at fucking 18 because the system says that's when you're a man. You're supposed to go to college and spend your money instead of saving it, keeping your family home and working as a unit. Fuck all that. You
Right.
gotta leave by 18. That's some bullshit. Keep your family home, put your money together, and build an empire. Fuck all that. Go off on your own shit. I
Facts.
see that as a very bad mistake a lot of families made. You know, whatever. Especially, you know, you could do so much more as a unit in a family. I didn't realize that until I was about 30 years old, but all my family went on a permanent vacation already. So, but yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
man.
if I had children, that's what I would start. I would have my wife, and when the children got older, I would have them put their money, and we would just build an empire together and teach them, you know, stuff I didn't know that would elevate them more.
I'm sitting
Right,
in
right.
that old truck. I got a solar system going, running everything. So when it gets hot, there's more sun, so I can run a fan.
Yeah, I agree with you, Charles, man. That's what my options were coming up. School, it was college and military. That's all my dad talked about. College and military. That's it. I'm thinking to myself, dang, why can't I choose what I want to do? Why I gotta go? They was telling me you gotta get out of here when you're 18. You gotta be out of here. I'm thinking to myself, damn, why? You know what I'm saying? So I wholeheartedly agree with that, bro. It's like you setting the kid up for failure because they didn't teach us about this matrix. I mean, I don't blame my parents by any means, but you know, Faceplant was saying that they turn these people into agents against you.
And they don't know it either.
No,
It's like
not
with everything, with music, sports, you know, right? Everything's a competition. So instead of working together, building something, you're competing
right.
every day.
The family end up competing with each other when it comes to material gains. My house is better than your house. My car is I got a Benz. You riding around in a damn Honda. Everything's so competitive when it comes to your family nowadays, man.
I love
I got
this picture, man. I want to go here.
Look at the ideals that Hollywood puts forward that people are following is insane.
Isn't the TV a powerful weapon, man? And I didn't even see it as a weapon growing up. I just seen it as entertainment to pass time. And little did I know that box was hypnotizing and sending messages to the brain and all types of manipulative shit because these people are fucking nuts off the rocker. They need to be ninja kicked in the throat.
And actors are all crazy perverts.
Yeah, they all sick, man. They all do grotesque shits behind the scenes, even in front of our faces. We just don't. Most of the masses don't catch it, man. They all disgusting, man.
They need to get a rocket. Get over here.
This squirrel's here, just sitting here waiting for something to move to attack. There's nothing coming around.
If you pull up an Olmec head, Charles, you'll see the Olmec got big ass nose and big ass lips, nappy head.
Yeah, I think those were giant. Those were giant soldiers, like the ones the helmet. You can see the helmet on them. They would have been titans, soldiers. The big ones fighting against each other.
God sits in the third eye, the throne. The I called it the what's the word I'm looking for, man? It's like your brain, your third eye is a Bluetooth to the universe or the ether. We're like walking we're biological technology that to me can be more powerful. Well, I don't know. Because man-made tech, they manipulate They use man-made tech to manipulate the biological, the natural frequencies, if we want to call them that. Maybe they're not natural.
Right, right. In the
Maybe
heart, is the seat to the soul. So where the soul sits at is your heart chakra. Because you look at Superman, where's the S? S is on his chest. And that's why I said they put the truth in plain sight.
the pineal gland looks like a pine cone and is the size of a small gemstone jasper. The pineal gland is known as the throne of God.
Right.
Around the throne of God pineal gland are 24 cranial nerves that help the pineal function to its full capacity. This is mentioned as the 24 elders in Revelations 4, 3, and 4. The pineal gland is the main endocrine gland in the body that rests in the middle of the brain between two cerebral hemispheres, which is mentioned in Genesis 3:24 as the cherubims that guard the tree of life. The tree of life is your spinal column that is known as the stairway to heaven, or in occult Jacob's ladder. Your spinal column has 33 vertebrae, as in the 33 degrees of masonry. There are also 33 spinal nerves. 33, as in Jesus died at the age of 33. When add 33 and 33, you get 66. Hence, there are 66 books in the Bible. All that mathematical stuff.
The cherubims can represent where the demons can talk to you. One or
Right.
the
Yeah.
other. You shouldn't listen to either one.
Right. The pineal gland is powerful, man. That's why the Pope got it on one of theirs, on one of the emblems. Plus,
Yeah,
your
that means
pineal gland.
control the mind.
It's really your first eye. The pineal gland. People say these two. It's really your first eye. These two eyes in your head. These are the cheat code. You only can see 10% of, like I said, 10% of the light code spectrum here. So you look at it, your real eyes, your pineal gland. That's what you really see everything with. And a lot of people have calcified pineal glands because they did a study and they said like 80% of people have calcified pineal glands. 80%, man.
They don't call Jesus a sheep herder for nothing, or
It's probably
Abraham.
what all the aluminum is for.
Yeah, because your first eye can. That's the I am gene. It's like he's like Charles said. That's that God gene. That's that God is the highest extension of the mind that uses elements in the matter to express itself. So that connects you directly to your higher source.
Truth Zone, do you think there's more frequencies coming through, like the proper frequencies, and we're starting to see them, like you can see them in your peripheral, or like where your third eye is? It's sort of like a squiggly thing going around.
Right. I meditated one time not too long ago. I ain't gonna say I meditated not just one time, but I used to meditate all the time a few months ago. And when I like went deep into my meditation, man, all I seen was a white light. And I felt my pineal gland open. I felt my first eye open. And I felt myself just standing in a white light, man. I don't know what that was, but I don't know. You said frequency, you can see frequencies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe
When
so.
if you wet your eyelids and put your fingers on your eyelids, close your eyes, you can see the different like spectrums.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and you see the cosmos when you close your eyes. Because when you close your eyes, what you see just a void of darkness.
Like, it's very simple. I don't do enough. Like,
Have you meditated before?
oh yeah, if that's what you want to call it, yeah.
Yeah, I need to get back into it, man. I should do it all the time.
I do a lot, just like for healing.
Right.
Like, body's taken a lot of damage, and it takes a long time to heal it, to straighten the shit out. So relaxation, meditation, if that's what you want to call it, kind of go inward, try to see everything from the inside out.
Yeah, because they want to keep everything exoteric. Exoteric means staying outside of yourself. You always got to, esoteric knowledge is the best. That's going within, man.
And the thing about taking a Epsom salt bath, and that's when I would wet my eyelids and close my eyes and see all those colors and patterns. It's like, and it's amazing. Like you can just ask for different colors and you'd see amazing things, patterns. And it's like the colors are different, a whole different spectrum. It's like neon or something.
Yeah, that's what I'll be seeing. That's what you see when you meditate.
It's almost scary. Like you can almost see your eyeball, and then it just zooms out or zooms in, and see the colors going in and
This
out.
what the soft spot's doing.
So
I think your third eye and your soft spot.
Different like spirally patterns. And if you want to see a certain color, like you can ask for a green or a yellow or whatever, and then
I always got a white light, man.
If you ask for a green, sometimes you get a purple and a green, like the purple's the opposite of green, sort of thing. To balance it out. Between the different herbs, aromas have different frequency. Like the % of the herbs and there is a frequency, and the aroma is a frequency. It's like a switch.
So do you burn a lot of sage too, man?
Yeah, I do. Not a lot, but when I do a lot. I'll do everything at once.
Right. So they want everybody. They want to keep everybody. They want to keep everybody on their knees praying in a submissive state, lowering their aura instead of meditating. Raising your aura field. Brightening your light instead of like praying and dimming your light. I hate when people say I'm gonna pray for you. No, I ain't gonna say I don't like using that word hate. Hate is wasted energy. I'm saying like I don't like. I dislike when people say, hey, I'm gonna pray for you. Nah, don't pray for me, man, because you're doing yourself a disservice.
No thanks. Yeah, thanks.
I'm good, man. Send some good energy my way. That's why I tell people, hey, just send me some good energy, man. That's all I need. I don't need your prayer, man. But one is going for unheard, and then you're doing yourself a disservice because you're dimming your light. You are being eaten when you get on your knees and being submissive.
There he goes. The squirrel, he's going berserk now.
Yeah, you must. Do you live out in the country, man? You don't mind me asking?
No, I live in the city, but I have some trees in my yard.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, I got out of the city, man. I live out in the country, man, middle of nowhere.
I have land, but I haven't made the move to.
I live in the city, but I mean, it's not like it's city, but if you drive, we have a reservoir where there's deer up there and everything. There's trails and cliffs, which is about 20 minutes from where I live. But I still don't call it out in the country, because out in the country is where a neighbor is like fucking 6 miles away or shit. You know, that's
Shit,
country life.
my nearest neighbor is 2 miles away. My driveway is damn near a mile long.
What? That's
Yeah,
sweet, man. And you got children, so yeah, that's perfect.
yeah. I'm out in the woods. Like my house is like out on the main road. You can't even see my house back here. I'm up in the woods, man. Country. Like there's no 5G towers out here. The nearest 5G tower is like 8 miles away from where I'm at now.
Here, I would need a tractor to plow the snow to get out.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about being back here. When it snows and the ice on the road, I get stuck back here. I can't go nowhere. Yeah, country life is where it is. I live out in Amish land. They do a lot of bartering and trading out here.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, especially if you can get some good vegetables or whatever to, seeds and that. Get some seeds from them.
And my wife, she growing parsley and stuff right now. Parsley, and she growing, I think, some onions and something else out front. And then my neighbor behind me, 'cause my dogs get inside of their garden. My neighbor behind me, they got squash and tomatoes and all type of shit back there. But they sell their fruits and veggies to local restaurants. Everything, when you go to a local restaurant around here, everything is straight from somebody's garden. You're not
My
getting a
garden
GMO.
looks crazy this year. I got a whole bunch of stuff going, and it's huge.
You know what I've noticed in the last 8 years? That the mornings in July are cold. Like this morning, it was cold here in Connecticut. Hold on, I gotta go out here.
So now I'm in the city of Buffalo. I've never been up north before.
You're in Buffalo. You get those bad storms in the late winter.
I had seen a future geographical map of America, man. They said most of those coastal cities are going to be on the water, like LA. It's going to be on the water in New York City. I don't know how true that is, but I seen that.
Oh, that sea level rise
Yeah,
bullshit that Al Gore was pushing turned out to be.
I'm about an hour from New York City. Not even on the day with no traffic, you could dip there in about 45 minutes. Because it took me an hour to get there on Greyhound, and that was with traffic. When you get into New York City, it stinks. The Hudson River is terrible.
Yeah, that's why I
It's
want to
not
go to
bad.
New York City one day, man. That's on my bucket list, man. I just want to see what it's like up there. I like
You ain't
that.
gonna want to leave. The energy is different, man. I didn't want to leave. My friend had family in the Bronx. I went out there. I didn't want to leave. It was just different, man. You could get anywhere in 15 minutes, anywhere on the trains. So much better. The energy is it's like on some ley line or something. Even in Connecticut, Hartford, the energy. If you look from Boston all the way to Miami, it's one line. You could line up of maybe a power grid or some sort of energy coming. Maybe the North Pole has strips that come out. That's why taking all the copper and the metals out of the earth is gonna fuck up its natural frequency, in my opinion. Could be
Right.
totally wrong. Yeah, here's the Olmec.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. That Olmec hit with that big nose and those big lips.
Well, that's a
Those
helmet.
strong features. And
They
has a
got
Kind of
helmet.
looks like Dan Calloway. No disrespect.
That's a helmet.
I say that respectfully, man. I'm not trying to like clown no one or
No, it's all good, bro. It was kind of, it was funny, man. It do look
like
like him.
even my friends. They look like a lot of the black Indians pictures that I've seen. My friends
You would be
have
a
similarities. And
snack
I
to
tried
him.
telling them, but it's not up to me to tell anyone who they are.
You would
Yeah,
be a
man.
bite-sized snack to him. He'd just grab you and bite your head off, and
That
eat
lets
the
you know
rest of
right
you.
there, man. That dark complected people, we descendants of the ancient ones, man. That was here in the beginning, man. Look at the features on that thing. Big old. Who else got big nose and big lips like that? But us. I got a big nose and big lips. I ain't ashamed. I used to be ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it no more.
It's got a helmet on, right?
You got a helmet on like you about to play football.
Man, I look at the flesh as a vehicle. That's how I look at it. I know we got to use it and obtain the temple while we're here, but
I think
one
that's a
day
soldier.
I have to shed this like snakeskin.
He
When I
would
die,
have died fighting another Titan.
I'm gonna mix into the earth like a fucking witch's concoction in the kitchen.
Right? Yeah. This physical avatar ain't nothing but temporary shit, man. Yo.
When the alchemy kicks in, you start mixing into the earth again. Well, actually, no, because they'll be in a box, not me. I don't want to be locked in a box within a box when I'm dead, even though it's just because they could get your DNA. That's what I think the resurrection is, in my opinion. So you're going to go to these graves and use DNA and resurrect them. Imagine that
Right.
shit.
And they taking the organs out of all them bodies. They be digging some of them bodies up, taking the organs out of them, man. Whoever don't get their organs taken out.
You can make crystals with organs, I think, if the the temperature and all that. That's why I think some of these crystals were created.
I got some wild grape plants growing.
Yeah, Jesus was a bootlegger, man. He turned water to wine. He was an alchemist.
Oh, there's a mouse checking it out.
He was an alchemist, a wizard. Jesus. You ever seen the version in the movies of Jesus when they faked his death? They drugged him, and he went out at a back entrance in the cave, and yeah, it's a real version. It's a possibility.
Magician.
Personally, I think that's just stories and allegories. I never, no disrespect to any religious people, but
David
I never
Copperfield.
worshipped any of those people and thought they were higher than my parents or my grandparents.
Right. I remember my dad, he would play those Jesus Christ movies for us all day and make us watch them. I thought to myself, my dad was a fucking crackhead. I said, why am I here watching this shit, man? Then we had Bible study. I'm like, man, why are we doing this shit? I'm thinking to myself, how's this guy gonna save me?
Yeah, it's all violent
That
shit.
God's selective. He's very selective, that God. What people, when you lose a loved one, people say some crazy things to try to comfort you. They're like, oh, she's in a better place now. She's looking down upon you. Because when my mom passed, it felt like a piece of me was gone. It's weird because you are your mother and father.
Right.
It felt like a piece of me died because it did. This place is beautiful but savage.
You make like they say in the book of Genesis, let us make man in our image. I believe our kids we're made in the image of our parents because some of us look dead up like our parents.
We're like a cymatic taking shape of the. We're taking the shape of the 5-pointed star.
right? The form of hexahedron.
We are all born into sin. This guy said sin in Hebrew is shin. I don't know how true this is. I looked it up. I haven't found the answer, but it said something different for shin. But he said it means you're born with the lack of knowledge. So yeah, being born into sin would make sense then. But to me, the human body is a fucking masterpiece. Besides you aging and dying, that's the only, probably, you know, when you're born, it's like a fucking, the countdown begins. That's like your time in this realm. That's the spell that's set. Beep. Start counting backwards. This place is like a magical trick.
Yeah, we're just dreaming here, man. Being here in the physical flesh. I heard somebody say that's the original sin. Cause you take K off of skin, that's sin. Being in the skin is a sin. Because we wasn't always in the physical like this. The physical world used to be dormant. We fell in love.
It's hard for me to comprehend.
We fell in love with these avatars.
I know we're more than avatars, but that's why all that racist shit and all that, I just be like,
Some damn flying ant things are checking me out here.
we are different genetics in ways, and we're similar in ways. Some people could be mixed with animal. Who the fuck knows? But in reality, I can't prove any of it. Just because scientists say something, those same scientists lied about so much shit. But you're gonna people. I question it all and look at it as a possibility in most ways. And you know, the same. I've been caught doing the same shit sometimes, cherry picking what I want to be true and not to be true. That's how I learn from most shit. I learn from my mistakes. And the mind is powerful and fragile at the same time.
Where are you going, Chuck?
Going to the store as usual. At least it ain't like super hot today. It's actually nice out. The sun don't feel like it's on your neck. I can't imagine living in fucking Jamaica, or even worse. At least Jamaica got jungle. Imagine living in the fucking desert in Iraq, freezing at night and burning up in the day. Jesus was shedding them he was shedding those parasites when he was walking in the desert. The parasites were like, "You need sugar." They were whispering to him.
I think I have to put some screen over these bushes to keep the damn birds up.
Good old Stop and Shop. Look, they got what's that? They got a dollar store where everything is not a dollar. It's where you spend dollars. They got a Subway over here. A CVS to get your legal medicine, drugs. And a supermarket.
So you have Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Is Dollar
I don't know. Dollar something.
There's
those here too. We have them here.
Is it a green sign with yellow letters?
No, this one's called Dollar Forever. Like, we need more mom and pop shops. Fuck these corporations owning everything.
Yeah, where
But
I live in the town I live in is majority mom and pops place shops, man.
I miss that because I used to be able to get Jamaican food, Haitian food, Puerto Rican food, Dominican, Polish, German. There was restaurants everywhere. Now you're stuck buying shit in fucking stupid mart, and it's probably grown in someone's backyard lab. Like who knows where that shit's coming from?
Yeah,
I've
they
heard a
trying to.
lot of theories on that
That's what.
meat in them stores.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to do in 2019. They wanted to. That's what that was about. They wanted to kill out the mom and pop shops and bring
That's
everything
fucked up.
under the centralized corporation control.
Here we
Man, we
get
should start our own
pickles.
country, bro. We should
Here we
find an
get the
island somewhere and claim it like they did. And if they
here
try to do
yeah.
something, we just fight for ours like they did. But
We
then
get
we'll be
pick
called terrorists or evil. But if they do it, it's okay because they have excuses to promote behind it.
we have
This world is fucking insane.
it's so easy to grow cucumbers here and dill, but we have pickles that come from India with poison in it.
Hey, hold on, chat. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
What color is the Dollar General? The sign. In Canada, we have the Dollarama. You must have the same
What was that? What
symbol.
color? I think it was
Dollar
red and
General.
white.
Oh,
Man, for the job, this is just to get the carrot. It's funny when I come to the store and they got strawberries in fucking December and shit. It's like, what? Remember when you were a child? Stuff was really, truly seasonal, so you had time to enjoy it. You know, it wasn't spoiled where you got all these fruits and vegetables are duds. You know, they're seedless. There's no anything good, I don't think, in
seedless for the seedless.
that. Yeah, it's terrible, no?
Yeah, and then you try to grow something, and you do some shit, some bugs or birds get everything, or you have to water and piss out everything with the shit water. Gotta keep going. Oh, it's fuck.
Yeah. Ever Camp. Ugh. Huh. I don't know what to get. I need some Swizzine for my mind. Wine for the mind.
I'm gonna have to do something with this tree soon.
Yeah. It's detrimental. Everyone's quiet, man. Everyone fell asleep. They're taking a midday nap. Remember I don't even remember kindergarten. Yeah, I do. School. Go to school. You'll become very smart, not intelligent, smart. You'll be the best regurgitator known to man. You know what I'm saying? Where is everybody?
That's what dinosaurs are for. Distract you into something.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's good? Yeah, I'm back, y'all. I had to take a brief intermission.
Yeah.
They say go to school and be smart for them. Be smart to work inside of their corporation. That's why.
They trick you to want to stay here and be a part of their system. That's why it's a system. It's a sick to you and yourself. It's like an infection, a parasite. We forgot how to survive and work Mother Earth and all that good stuff. We got to depend on these people. We got to go to their stores, buy their food, or they do whatever to. We forgot how to work in communities, help each other. Some people even
Right.
think helping each other is a waste of time.
It almost seems like there's something in the sky that takes the power out of my battery through the solar panel.
Right. People have been more. They become more dependent on the system as a savior. Everybody wants to look. They know these parasites that run this matrix. Well, I can't say run that would have invaded this. They put this matrix overlay on top of us. They know majority of the masses and majority of the sheep will want a savior. So in times of need, the government acts like a savior. They act like they Jesus Christ. What Trump doing? Trump playing this
Yeah,
hero character right now.
usurping the real God.
Right. Everybody wants a savior instead of saving themselves. And then we save ourselves, we can start helping each other again and being there for each other. But everyone's so caught up in the and asking the what's it called? Not the opposer. They so caught up in asking the enemy for help.
The accuser.
Right.
I've been playing that song by the Beatles. The one I'm gonna do, the one I put the beat to. Look at all the lonely people. I took the
Eleanor
Beatles
Rigby.
acapella. Yeah, they're playing it right now in the store.
Ray Charles did a version of that.
Yeah, I like Charles's panel, man. He's it's real and raw on here, man. He's inside the stores. It's organic conversations. I like joining these panels, man. I wonder what happened to Naga.
You have a channel and go live?
Yeah, I go live all the time. Well, I used to. The last panel I did was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I've been making videos a few years now, about 2 or 3 years now, man.
You must have been around Sir Drop and that.
Who you said, Sir Drop? What's his name?
Sir Drop?
No, I never heard of his channel.
Oh,
I got a small channel, man. I got like 300 some subscribers. They don't let us reach. They don't let us reach. They don't let us reach like 1,000 subscribers, 2,000 subscribers. Shadow ban to fuck, man.
I'm gonna reach it. I'm almost there. Almost. I've been stagnant though for a long time.
Yeah, that's what they try to do. They done deleted 2 other of my channels. I had 2 other channels before I had this channel. They deleted both of them. And a lot of my videos got struck down for medical misinformation, so called.
Did you go on Bro Sanchez?
Huh?
Did you go on Bro Sanchez?
Did I go on there?
Yeah, or do you watch him?
No, I never heard of him. I watch a channel called Life is Rigged. He got some good content. I watch BDL14. He got some good content. I watch a channel it's called It's Free to Pay Attention. He got some good content. I used to watch Mag Bitter Truth a long time ago, but I don't watch his videos no more. Trying to think who else. And I watch Charles's videos too. I don't watch a whole lot of other
Are you
people's channels like that.
Are you looking into what's happening on the moon now?
You said what's happening on the moon?
Yeah, you were. Are you looking into that stuff now?
No, I really don't look into stuff like that. Like what you said, they acting like they landed on the moon again. What was going on with it?
Oh well, like it's a kind of reading us all the time. It's monitoring us.
Oh, that's what they said. You said the moon is?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon is nothing but it's basically a space station. It's a weapon in itself. It's a space station. Yes, but yeah, they are monitoring us from the moon. That's why everything is centered around the moon. Money, monetization, moon, Monday, moon day.
Yeah, so they have what would you call them? Agents that invade your the dream realm. Try to
Right.
influence you through the dream realm.
Yeah, those are parasites that come in. It depends on what part of the astral realm you go to. When you dream at night, you can go to the lower astral realm and run into those entities. It depends on where you at mentally and on what vibration you on. You know, that's why they call them space. That one game called Space Invaders.
I think you're given. They give you dream simulations to see what you do.
They can hijack your dreams too, because they showed us that, and they showed us that in that movie Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger was number one big ass parasite. You know, they were telling the kids don't go to sleep. Remember that? That's look at Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger looked like a big ass parasite, and the kids were scared to go to sleep. They showed us that Freddy Krueger was one of them lower vibrational entities that dwell in the lower astral realm. The kids didn't even want to go to have a good night.
Freddy looked like one of those parasites that was hanging out that bear's ass yesterday.
Yeah.
That I saw.
Yeah, they showed us that in that movie.
These things are around all the time, wouldn't you say?
What was that?
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Like especially around, say, a place like a bar, around the street at a bar or stuff like that, giving people the demons giving people suggestion through the alcohol and whatever else, meth and stuff.
Yeah, that's what those are the
makes it
archons
easy.
too, manipulating your ego.
It's part of the same matrix that's infecting your dreams too, right?
You know how people be like they're a one-man army? I'm a one-man universe. I need to start going to the gym and start sparring with a punching bag, so I could practice my trinity. I call it the three-piece special, the Holy Trinity. That'll be my power move. It's a three-piece combo. Elm Street. Now, Elm and Elm. I'm trying to think. That has to do with something esoteric. Elm. We're gonna look that up.
I was pissed off because yesterday morning I went out and I saw a whole bunch of berries all nice and ripe. So I picked them, and I guess the birds saw me, and this morning they just fucking tore them up early in the morning.
One day you might come out and see deer eating berries, or you get super lucky, a bear. Fuck a deer.
I get deer in here.
I would love to see a bear, a cool bear, you know, that knows that I know that, you know, I ain't gonna fuck with it. I'm just there to observe. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause some bear, I think animals could smell you out already. They'll know.
Yeah,
Because
I had that.
they know. They'll be aggressive automatically, or they'll just know you're calm and you're not any threat. So
I had
they're
that
not
out in the woods with a bear. I was out there by myself and I saw this bear and he was looking at me. And I'm just like, hey, buddy, I'm just going this way. And he's like,
I
hey,
remember when I was younger, we would go to the reservoir
he was getting ready to run up a tree.
and you shine light near the reservoir, the deer would go drink water. So there is a spot where we would turn in and shine the light, and the deer would be there with the babies right before sunrise, drinking the water. Now, if you were a smart hunter, right, who would you shoot for deer? Would you kill anything? A baby, a pregnant mother? Because most hunters probably would. But to me, you can't shoot pregnant deer or babies. You gotta, in order to keep food cycling, you can't.
It depends if you're a greedy bastard and sadistic.
Right.
You want to kill something. It depends.
Damn it! I wanted to look up elm. ELM. Sounds like a tree. An elm. Sounds like something esoteric, witchcraft. Some people that I know think witchcraft is all evil. It's funny, man.
Some of it would have been hijacked to be evil.
That's how I think it worked out.
Just like everything else.
Yep. It's like
Infiltrate it.
It's like in the 50s they built cars that were like tanks, and now they build cars like you could fart and it'll put a dent in your side panel.
Yeah, it's like
This
I'm
lady,
just about putting my foot through the floor of my car already.
This lady had a tire roll up to her car. It was on YouTube, a short video. The tire rolled off a car, rolled up to her, hit her bumper, and the whole bumper fell off. I was like, damn, that's a shitty boat. Fuck it.
That's why you got to get a 1956 fucking tank.
I want a car with a crank on the front.
If there's any left. Stuff is built so cheap, man. There's no mastery of a craft anymore. It went from a craft
It was
to
fake it till you make it. And guess what? They never made it.
they turn a craft and who can make it fast. And make sure you make it so it breaks so they can come by more.
Yeah, make it so if you get hit in the corner of your car, there's like $500 worth of parts that your car is so fine it still runs. But I was thinking they should put the airbags on the outside of the car.
I need a vacate. Oh, Naga tapped out.
Yeah, if they had the airbags on the outside of the car, then it'd be your car would just puff up like a big balloon, bouncy balloon.
We're taught, people say, I don't know. There's so much hypocritical stuff. I don't know what I would do, man. I've never killed an animal. But if I was starving, I'm probably going to do it. But I'd be very thankful. I wouldn't, like, kill it and then hold it up as a trophy in the picture, flaunting like I'm a fucking, like you're a G because you hit in the tree with a rifle and shot an animal that didn't even know you were there. You're a gangster. That's like waiting in the bush for an old lady and beating her up and thinking you're a gangster. You killed an animal, snuck up on it. That ain't gangster. Now, if you ran up on the deer and Rambo'd that shit, I would have nothing but utmost respect. Yeah. Thank you, Tombstone. Oh, Naga's still here. I thought that was Naga who dipped out. But either way, I appreciate you all coming up. Like when I said I didn't agree, because I truly don't know, like who came first and all that stuff. Because I don't trust the information that I'm getting. I know it's a possibility, a lot of stuff. I always keep that in my mind, but truthfully, I don't know, man. I'm learning to teaching myself discipline to stay in the present. The past is over. I already passed it by. It's gone. I can't rewind like a VHS tape. The only time, actually, that's wrong. I can rewind if I sit in my room and think about it. I can pull the files up that are in my brain. I call them inaudible images. Oh, what's up, Kimba? Man, that breeze feels excellent. It's still hot, but the breeze is what makes it tolerable. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Naga probably has two.
perfect breeze here too. I should be sitting outside. I'm sitting in the truck.
I used, not used to. I still do. I still like looking at the past and trying to figure stuff out, but I don't let it affect me. Once people figure out religion, politics, history, all that's coming from the same people that have been deceiving us, they'll realize, question it all. Give me 1 second. I got to put something away. All right. Sorry, I had to put some stuff away. What's up, Axis?
Hey, how's it going?
Going pretty good so
Good.
far.
What you guys rapping about?
Pretty much anything. Yeah, living in the
Well,
moment is pure bliss, Kimba, or it can be pure hell. It's just all how you handle it.
well, it has been said that heaven is found within.
All right, sorry about that. What was that, Axis? I know
I
you were
said
saying something. As soon as I was getting,
I said it's been said that heaven has been found within.
whatever. If there was heaven on earth, I think that concept or construct happened that we talked about the other day with the parasite entering a heavenly realm. I think that's the spiritual wars. The parasite
And
entered this heavenly realm and they
people
put
look
the
for
lid on
heaven
it
out.
quick.
People look for heaven outside of themselves, and it plainly throughout history has been stated through literature that heaven is found within. That's where I found it.
Right. It took me a while to realize that myself. And once again, I'll use the term prison. My little 2 years, which was a skid bid, you know. And I'm glad I only got skid bids to learn my lesson, not a fucking double decade or even a decade. That's wild shit. But yeah, that's when I really learned you can create heaven or hell within yourself.
But that's just a small fractal aspect of the whole. It's been written and recorded and passed on through generation that we are lower aspects created from a higher aspect. And for us to return to that higher aspect, you can't attach yourself to the lower aspect of self. So once you release that and you fall within the realms of the inner, then you understand the potential for infinite and unbound existence. Humans are fragile. Mostly their minds, their bodies don't react well to their environment. But that depends on how you interact with your environment or how your environment interacts with you. The mind and what it can perceive and what it can handle in perception. You have to really work with that to extend, cliche from my way, safety protocols beyond what you're generally used to accepting as where you start and stop. And once you remove those, it's infinite and unbound. And you can fall inside of yourself and find infinite realms.
I always looked at myself as my own worst enemy. I had a big stream on that one time, that accountability to self is major. Even though someone comes to you and says, hey man, let's do this, let's do that. And then I used to be like, it wasn't my fault, it was their fault. They can't, nah, it's my fault. So I chose. I think accountability is major in the process of learning in life.
Right. And that's, that's okay. It's more introspective than most.
I probably would have did the same thing, Rachel. But like me, I don't think I could hunt an animal just to hunt it. I'd have to be very hungry and need to feed the village or something. But other than that, I couldn't just shoot an animal for no reason. Like in my favorite movie, The Wandering Monk. People should watch that Kung Fu movie, The Wandering Monk. I should do a showing of that movie behind this, a private showing. Peace, Orphan Annie. The moon is the lens. Everyone's quiet.
We're waiting for the show, Charles.
Yeah. I gotta get my clown hat on and go do 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 do. Get a stick.
Well, silence is
I'm
golden.
thinking.
That is true.
It is.
And I
Silence
suppose
is
if you
golden.
truly have nothing of useful value to say, then it's best just to stay silent. You should do a 12-hour stream of complete silence.
That's a good idea. With just beautiful pictures.
There you
Or not
go.
even that. Damn fucking Tesla engine over here. I tell people, go in your bathroom. Just sit there. No pencils, no paper, no phone, no TV, no books. Just you in the fucking bathroom. Take everything out. No shampoos, nothing. Give yourself a little. They give you this little bag with a little pocket shampoo when you go to jail, the county. And just that's what you have until months down the road in your court case. You plead guilty. If you do, you go up the way. You gotta wait at least 2 months to get anything.
Yeah, the indigent bag.
Yep. Everybody knows. You just came
Yep.
in. It takes like 2 weeks. Even if you come in with money, it takes 2 weeks to hit. Then it'll take another 2 weeks to get it. So that's a month. And then electronics, I think, was some counties they don't allow electronic TVs. Like down South Florida prison said they don't. The people say they don't have TVs down there. That's detrimental, man. You'll really find yourself down there.
Right? Yeah, it's the hard way of forced introspection. Well, shit, Charles. I thought maybe we would have some interesting topic going on, but
You could begin
no.
one if you would like. No?
No, those I decided to come up and kind of it's the end of the week, and thank you for letting me up here this week and let you know that it's been a trip.
I look at all this as a learning curve for me.
Yeah, I don't mind answering questions, but the format here doesn't seem to respond well to certain personalities. So I choose not to share much of anything. Unless someone become gravely disrupted.
Well, what would you say your spirit animal is? It's the
Snake?
serpent, the snake.
Yeah. Yep.
So Alma told me my spirit animal was the boar, which that's cool. But I thought more of like a cat, some sort of a cougar, or not a cougar, a fucking leopard.
I
The
don't know, man.
observant. Cats are
That's
very observant. Observant.
that's a personal journey that you have to discover for yourself. And when that particular totem speaks to you and starts teaching you, then you will build a bond with that energy.
What if we're in some sort of a machine like this that creates holographic, or some sort of a realm? You know, like this place reminds me of like biological machine, man. Like some
Of course
sort of
it is.
massive creation that I can't even understand, overstand fully.
You're not meant to. That would put you in the realms of the creators. That would put you within the confined mind structure of those who architect this place. You got no business there. All you do is get in the way.
Maybe one day.
Maybe.
Not now. Not now. I know I'm not worthy of all that yet.
So few truly are. Just the little bit that I've got to glimpse is enough to shatter and break the mind. See, Charles, let me throw something at you. What if, and let's just take this to hypothesis so we don't piss people off, humans are like a gaseous vapor, okay? And the architects of this place are like a piece of wood. Do you understand that?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. That's the nature of our reality. Gaseous, flowing, liquid. Not solidified. But those that architect this place are solidified. That's why they had to get rid of the Nephilim. They were half solidified and half vapor. They were half divine and half bastardization. Human.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So they couldn't remain. It was like having something almost demigod walking amongst the realm of trees and vapor.
What the heck?
If you understand the analogy there.
Yeah.
Solidified, unsolidified, and half solidified. And those genes carried over after the cataclysm and the younger Dryas. And those genes and genetics still remain. That's why there is a slight bit of divinity in some and less in others.
I'm going to. Hold on. Trying to find this. 'Cause what you're saying helped me make sense of something. Hold on. All right, these I'm always looking into alchemy, or not always, but a lot, and I'm very interested in alchemy and how the gases, how everything separates like oil and water. Even with gases, it does that from the lightest to the heaviest, it'll separate.
Yep.
Light does it. Sound, but I see these pictures a lot in alchemy like this, and they have either that or a jar, and like this one,
Yeah,
and it
I
kind of
understand that.
reminds me of our realm, a contained realm, and alchemy takes place like a greenhouse. This place reminds me of a huge greenhouse.
It in a manner of speaking, for what we are, it is. It's a self-sustaining system. Or it was at one time.
Yeah, there's better pictures like this one. A lot of the alchemy drawings that the esoteric drawings and stuff, some of them are kind of difficult to figure out until you learn periodic table and the colors and the color of the liquids of like mercury, silver. There's red mercury. So much plays into effect with in these pictures.
Yeah, there's a correlation to what you are and the place you hold within the realms of alchemy. It's a journey of understanding.
Here's a better one. Looks like let's see. Oh man, why'd I do that? This is the one I want. Well, people get the drift.
Sorry about that.
I was wondering. I'm like, what happened?
It happens.
Let's see. Right.
Let's take for a hypothetical, because I'm not going to say anything that anybody can apply to a measurement and then put it to me, because I refuse to be defined now. But I will give you hypothetical observations. If you were an architectural being that could create universes and consciousness, animals, trees, plants, all living things, and you were amongst a divine state of being, and some of your cohorts found the creation. Let's use a parable of you drew a picture on a piece of paper of a really hot naked girl. And they came down and delivered their genetics onto the genetics of the humans, which were a created thing, architecturally designed in the construct. And you had a bastardized breed of being. Now, when that happens, and you've got a universal machine that is functioning in cycles with precision, how far would you want that bastardized seed to travel amongst the pure creation?
I might flood the damn place and start over.
Yep. And if that seed carried over into the next generation, but not nearly as prevalent, it's still there, right? Traces, small genetic pieces of that divinity. So that leaves a species questioning constantly its own existence and the existence of what is more possible. Thus, the state of human.
That's almost it does make so much sense if, let's say, the trees were cut down so they could dome this place off to stop the parasitic spread of mining everything out of the earth, putting trash, cutting everything down, slaughtering animals. That is parasitic activities, and I wouldn't want that to spread through my kingdom of beauty, you know?
Right. That would be like somebody taking your drawing of the naked girl and spooging on it until it was no longer an attractive drawing. You wouldn't want that on the wall hanging up for everyone to see, now would you?
That's the whore of Babylon at that point.
Yep. You gotta excuse me for a minute, Charles. I gotta take care of something.
All right.
Yeah, it's like how's my mic?
Good, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like the whatever the controllers are using, the mechanism they're using to control everybody, they're putting it into our body and mind. And we're literally going with the program, you know.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the day the
Oh,
sky fell, the luminaries wept.
Say again, you're a little muffled.
He said the day the sky fell, the luminaries wept. That's interesting. The day the sky fell, the luminaries wept.
Yeah. Before you're talking a little bit about we're in a medium, like the lower layer of atmosphere is a denser medium. It has more water and more water vapor and more oxygen and more dirt. So it's like like the bottom of the clouds is flat, and it's just like it's sitting on a different medium. So yeah, you can have critters that are flying around in there, just like um, colorless stuff at the bottom of the ocean.
In alchemy, they do show a jar.
Yeah, let him keep
And
talking. He's doing good, Charles. He's hitting on something that people need to understand. Good insight, brother. Good insight, man. You got some good information going.
Yeah, well, we don't appreciate the force of atmospheric pressure. Like a suction cup, doesn't matter what side of the glass you put it on, or if you have it horizontal or vertical. It's there's no suction there. It's the atmospheric pressure that's pushing the suction cup onto the glass. So it's pushing down more, like it can't push from the ground. So that's why it pushes more vertically. Like there's no force of vacuum. It's the atmospheric pressure from outside the vacuum that pushes everything in.
You're hitting on some live wires there.
Yeah, I just went and had a little puff.
Oh, I see. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Charles. I just wanted him to be able to finish what he was saying.
I have to restring the my weed whacker.
Yeah, I got to keep the weeds out.
The yard's going berserk here. A lot of the stuff I have is really tall. Like I have some marshmallow and it's almost 7 feet tall now. Grows that high in the season.
So, Charles, what's your interpretation of what he just delivered?
that we live in a enclosed system. No, that we live in a creation. Like, let me get the perfect words for this. This place, when working as an orchestra, right? How everything works, like I said before, everything works together as a unit until the parasite interrupts it. But it's a master creation, man, and it just wasn't no accident. That's what I see. How everything works as a purpose, a well-functioning system, a temple, whatever people want to call it. Just like the
No, it's
human
just,
body.
you're right. It's just a well-functioning system. It is a cycler system, and there is a malevolent intent that was introduced to it, and it spreads like a disease. It's a horde thing that almost like a cancer consumes the biological and the construct of the cycler machine, that which is the all. And it will continue, but it's contained within the structure of the architect's design. And it won't go any further than that. So people may catch glimpses or even endeavor into those realms, but they're not going to take their ability to do damage with them. So when you're reaching these states where you're dealing with the universal machine and your part in it, and what is beyond the universal machine, the architect, no malevolency can exist there, and thus you can't take your body with you. That's why you're born with nothing and naked, and you die with nothing. You take nothing with you. Lest you be in a god form and have the same malevolent thoughts: lust, greed, gluttony, so on, so forth, murder, theft. These are things that are not recognized in the great paradigm.
I'm the most beautiful, most ugly, most... I'm everything, man, that exists in this place. Or
Of course.
it existed in us, good or bad.
Yeah, you're everything that you have learned and experienced from the time of your birth to this moment. And since this place has been corrupted and has found itself far from divinity, divinity is here, it's within, and once it's within, it is projected out. But it can't leave this place. Not with a physical body as you know it. Lest you destroy the whole fucking system. With your iniquities that you've earned, your manipulation of the creation from its divine status into a twisted abomination, mixing the diverse with the diverse and causing a lifeless state of being. Thank you, Crystal. I hope these words feed you well.
I've always been looking within my whole life, whether I realized it at times or didn't. I was always questioning, why do I react this way? Why? How can I control it? Why does this make me happy? How does that chemically work? And once again, how can I control it if it's controllable?
Takes discipline.
Right. Dedication and discipline.
Yeah, you have to deny the abomination to find that state of peace. And once you find that state of peace, then you can travel inward to the realms of places that are divine and heavenly. You just can't take your body with you.
Well, now it makes sense that journey Jesus made through the desert, he let go of everything.
Yep.
Even food
You
and
have
water.
to.
It makes
Why-
sense now.
Now you understand why I used to take myself to the brink of death to find what I found. And now that I know it and I'm at peace with it, I don't want to share it.
When
I
I
couldn't share it. There's no description for it. There's only a path that you have to journey to get there. But I only found it for me. That's not to say it's the same journey for you. This is just my contentment. my experience. Not everyone.
I found true peace when I so-called died. When I came back here, my eyes open, it was another story, but I
Right.
don't know where I was or what was going on, but it was like something was telling me it's going to be all right. Because I always question death, and I've been right there a few times in my life.
Well,
Either
haven't
that
you
or
ever
on the brink of it.
haven't you ever wondered why we're born without an instruction manual? We're just kind of naked, and we live a temporary life, and we leave this place without anything. That means that whatever exists beyond this construct that we're isn't, well, hold on. Everything that is outside of this construct is being contained within this construct for a reason. And when you move on as an energy and you go through this construct, you take nothing with you physical because it would pollute. And if you can't come to terms with your own existence and kind of take that inward and that inward journey to self-discovery and understanding that the outside feeds and what you feed upon makes you. So if you feed upon the abomination, you become the abomination. If you feed upon the fruits of something beneficial, then you'll become something beneficial. But that's all you'll take with you, is that type of energy that you have consumed.
It's like the soul or the energy is in some sort of a, like on an OSHA job site when I did asbestos and lead paint removal, we had to wear like a suit and a mask with certain, and then you had to go through a shower. You had to take all that off and go through it. That's like when you die, you're leaving a toxic body behind. It's like the bio suit.
In a manner of speaking, yeah, your parody's pretty close there. People want to talk about high vibing. Well, sometimes to get that high vibe, you're bathing in iniquity. It's called ego pride. And you think you're feeding others, but all you're doing is spreading ego and pride, your self-glorification of what you think to be an absolute truth, when absolute truth cannot exist here. Because you consume iniquity through the eyes, the ears, the mouth, the nose. You even touch it.
So you're saying the manual we need to maneuver through life is within ourselves already.
Yep.
Just have to look within.
Yep. And stop feeding the abomination.
Not to say agree or disagree, but that's how I see it.
Oh, it's just a perspective, man. Take it for what it is.
All the answers are within.
Just observations, we'll call it that.
And another thing that helps me look within is I didn't have family, like a mother and father to run to. I had to figure shit out on my own. I was 13. I grew up too fast. That was my stupidity. I wanted to grow up, and I should have just enjoyed being a youth. But yeah, I was always figuring stuff out on my own. And I love the fact I grew up poor, and if something broke, I had to fix it if I wanted, So that also taught me a lot of ways that'll help you survive too.
Yeah, if you want to find that place of peace, I take myself to before man interfered. when everything was a self-contained system that flourished without interference and naked, alone, and experiencing the construct of the creation without the hand of man being involved. And I meditate on that until there's silence. And the only thing around me is to construct the original creation without the influence of the abomination. And then I journey forward from there so that I can leave everything behind, kind of like I did in the desert when I went to the desert, when I was at Nomad.
I wouldn't mind taking that nomad route. I mean, I've been camping and stuff, but as far as hunting your own food, I don't think the only thing I would need someone to show me how to do is to gut an animal and cut it up without fucking up. Because if you cut an animal wrong, you're gonna spread that inner poison like in the stomach. So you have to know how to cut an animal too. It's not just, you know, it's a lot to learn when it comes to hunting and preparing your
I've got
food.
Dom in here. Hello, Dom. Good to see you. Yeah, that's another thing is, does a self-sustaining system, and this is kind of a tricky question, feed on itself?
Yeah, it's like the symbol you see in the right hand corner there. It's
Life
like
eating life
constant motion.
to produce life.
Yeah, it's a cycle. It repeats itself. It's like
That's part of this environment that we're in right now.
it keeps
That is
copying
one of the
itself.
rules. That is a part of the continuum, the perpetual cycle of a self-contained system.
So that's why do these people? They're making it so people having problems reproducing. You know. It seems like they're trying to put a stop to the perpetual cycle somehow. They're trying.
No, what they're doing is trying to find a genetics that is within certain people. That's why there were certain chemicals introduced that identify this genetics.
Good.
Haven't you ever wondered why genetics, other than information identification and control, is so important to identify to them?
Yeah, I always wonder why. First, it started with why they take 6 vials of blood in the hospital when you only need one vial with a couple of drops to look at it in a microscope. Then I wondered about, you know, they use that DNA. They get everyone's DNA through, especially if you get arrested and you're a felon, you got to give your DNA here in Connecticut. They want your DNA and blood and everything.
Here's an interesting one. Wasn't the abomination of the fallen a genetic process? It created a genetic hybrid.
What did you said? The colon? I didn't hear that word.
The fallen. The fallen.
Oh, okay, the fallen. All right.
When the fallen committed their crime, which if you want to call it a crime, it's a crime, it was a genetic one. They crossed their genetics.
That's biting the apple, right?
No, that was when the Watchers bred with the daughters of men and created the Nephilim. That's supposedly why this last cleansing of the earth was kind of said to be done, was to eliminate that generation of Nephilim. And if you look through some of the writings that aren't ready available, there's the Book of Og, Enoch, many different archaeological discoveries, and you'll find that there's a genetic bloodline that differs from ours, greatly differs from ours, and
Then
it's
that
contained within us, not as fully and not as prevalent as it was at one time, but it's still here, and there's trace markers of it.
so if we are the creation of the fallen through genetic manipulation, we're an abomination, and people are praying to this
We're not
God
the
like that
creation.
God loves
We're
us.
not the creation of the fallen. We are a product, a byproduct of
Well, that's
that.
what I meant. They went against the rules, and we're like a branch off a scraping.
Well, we were a combination of the solidified and the non-solidified. We are an aspect. They are a little, and I'm talking to the luminaries, they're a little beyond an aspect, such as the fallen. They were much more solidified within the realm of what someone would call, for a generic term, real. They were a lot more real. And when I say that, it's the difference between a mist and a tree. You know, you bash yourself into a tree, that's more solidified. You run through a mist, it just separates and goes away. When you combine those two together, you have what? An abomination. Something that cannot sustain itself.
That's why we break down and die. Huh.
Oh. But these are just thoughts to ponder.
Hey, you're talking about how something more solid can come into a less solid realm, and it's there and you don't even see it.
Yeah.
It's like
It's no different.
for real, when they drill for gas, they can be drilling straight into rock, and there's actually gas dissolved in the solid rock. So
Yeah, it's like if you speed your molecules up, you can pass through solid objects. If you slow them down, you can't pass through them.
yeah, and it's like the molecules, the model of a molecule isn't really what's going on. It's like the whole thing becomes one frequency. It's like
Many different frequencies, diversified, but individualized. Yeah. Yeah, you're hitting on it, man. You're starting to catch the concept. But it's just a concept, man. You know, I'm not gonna co-sign anything.
the thing about the getting the gas out of rock, like you can't, you might not really imagine that that's how it can work. Like you can have carbon dioxide gas dissolved in water, and you can have sugar dissolved in water, and you can have liquid or gas dissolved, and it's under pressure, so there's a lot of weight of gas in that rock. The rock is so dense it can carry even more gas in it, and once the pressure, you put a pipe into it, then that pressure will just push it out.
That's a
It's
part
like
of the system.
it's a more solid medium under there, a denser medium. So for all we know, or there's probably creatures that live in the rock too, moving around in there.
There may be consciousness of some sort. I'm not to say because I don't know. But when it comes to the luminaries, that's a whole different story. Like I said, the day the sky fell, the luminaries wept. Keep that in your head. They seen paradise lost.
So what are the luminaries? Are they the co-creators of the original realm?
They are a part of the functioning system of cycles with consciousness. They do their job, and they do it well, with precision.
So like the realm, whatever realm the stars are in, it's
The stars are a
supersedes.
conduit, a living conduit. Just put it that way, from my observation.
Yeah, well, they were showing how different stars are different colors and they make different cymatic patterns. It's just looks just like sound in water.
Bingo. They're hitting on all fours now.
And I think that's what it is, exactly what it is, sound in water. I saw a hologram appear in front of me. I was playing a slide on a string, a bandura instrument, and I was using a glass slide. And I literally saw a hologram appear in front of my eyes. It looked like a star, kind of.
Well, anything that has a neutral base can be affected by somatic, and it will take on that vibration. It becomes that vibration, such as a human. We're mostly water. Therefore, we take on the vibrations that are introduced to us, and we become that cymatic pattern.
Yeah, so when we're still, that's when we're more susceptible for something to get in, bad or good.
Depends on the level of iniquity within you, how much iniquity or abomination you've absorbed from the time you were born to this moment. Sometimes you have to clean out the computer, you know.
Yeah, the demons are always there to remind you of everything. Yeah, all the bad stuff all the time.
Everything that fucks up a good computer system.
Look, we got Axis Snake style, and you got Chuck's Leopard style. That's crazy. For Kung Fu martial arts.
Who was asking you about the spirit animal?
Charles did. Charles asked me.
Oh, Charles asked you. Oh,
Yeah.
What if you ask somebody what's your spirit animal or insect, and they said cockroach? There's insect spirit too. I don't know. Cockroaches are nasty, but they're intelligent. Bugs. They could smell a crumb of food from pretty far, like a room away or something.
they got those things trained probably. Sneak up on you and bite you in the crack of your ass when you're sleeping and screw you away.
I'm very partial to rat, hairless rats. Not so much rats with hair. I mean, well, everybody's seen Rat. I've brought her up on the internet and on panels, and she's
Rats are
been
intelligent.
my closest friend outside of a couple people, and I've bonded with her quite well. She takes food from my mouth, she eats from my hand, she likes to sit on my shoulder, and she's a YouTube personality now, and that's cool. But when I have to resort to learned information, it's the snake. Only because the rat is a proficient animal, but a snake is a predator. But it will not, unless it's provoked, poison you. It would rather use that poison to feed itself than to kill you. But if you piss it off, you're going to get bit. You're probably going to die. And a rattlesnake is a friendly snake because it'll at least warn you before it takes your life. But a rat can only spread disease. Maybe nibble on your baby at night in the crib or your ear while you're trying to sleep, if it's hungry enough.
That's crazy. Rats could
That's
chew
reality.
through anything. Rats. You chew through a copper pipe, bricks.
Yeah. And when I say reality, I mean this plane of existence and the animals that we correspond with coexist.
Yeah. That's the kind of rat that benefits from man.
Well, rats live off of the back of man now, whereas the snake wants nothing to fucking do with us.
Yeah, it would be good to have a snake in the garden to keep down the rats.
And predators such as squirrels, chipmunks, and other what they call vermin that eat your vegetables.
Slugs.
So was the serpent that bad in the Garden of Eden? Think about it. They always put such a bad aura on the serpent.
Actually, it was one of the more divine and beautiful species in the garden. It wasn't until after the supposed incident that took place that it was to crawl on its belly and be a lesser being, because the serpent in the original state before that particular incident with the apple and the Eve and all the allegory, the serpent was an extremely beautiful and wise.
I saw a garter snake with a slug one time.
Yeah, they're very useful. I've kept many a different type of snake, and I did keep a rat with hair one time, and I just something about the hair on that rat. It was a pure white lab rat, and I just didn't get along, I guess, energetically with it. But rat and the hairless rat, there's something about them. I don't know if it's the genetic mutation that they did to get the hair not to grow on them.
They have pink eyes?
No. Rat has dark, very dark eyes, and absolutely no hair. And
I mean the lab rat. Don't
oh,
they
the
have
lab
pink
rat.
eyes?
Yeah, they generally pink, and sometimes they'll have an offset type darker hue. But I don't know, man. You know, snakes don't have hair. I like the hairless rat. I only grow hair on my head. That's through heritage. But I don't know, man. Maybe I got some adversity to hair. Maybe you found my hang up. But then I have noticed amongst the human species that body hair doesn't seem to be that attractive to them. Thus, the woman with the hairy armpits and the half a beard. Hair all over the legs. I mean, you know, come on. Why do you think women shave their legs? Why do you think they shave their armpits? To make themselves more attractive, right? I mean, when you're offered the chance of observing a photo of a girl with hairy armpits and hairy legs and a big old giant hairy muff, and one that's clean shaven, which one are you going to look at?
Come on, man.
There you go. I'm just being real, man.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go muff diving.
Well, you know, if you like hair on your plate, I suppose that's good.
Man.
So maybe I find things that are hairless more appealing to the eye. But I do like long hair on a female. I think that says something about the feminine nature of a female.
Yeah, I couldn't. In France, I heard women don't shave their pits. They look like they got someone in a headlock.
Yeah, they don't shave their armpits.
Apparently, they don't use deodorant there.
Well, that's good because most of the deodorant that we use are toxic with chemicals.
I guess that's where Pepe Le Pew came from.
Anyhow, I got to take a break for a second. I'm just going to mute up. Hey, you guys carry on, man. You're on a good information flow.
Looks like one of my voltage regulators is misbehaving. It cuts out too soon. The solar panel thing.
Yeah, dude.
Should be fucking charging this thing up. I want 13.3.
For these people to be doing work like this, they have to fuck these apartments up.
Is it cutting out? Weird.
Mercury looks like an inverted symbol, like it's man and woman in one. Because it has Venus, it looks like Venus, but it has an extra U at the top, like horns. Earth looks like, as it should.
Well, Mercury's supposed to be the one closest to the sun in the false model. So maybe
Right.
It's the closest to the North Pole, tightest circle. Maybe it's a smoky god. Maybe that's what it is. Dark,
Clear.
dark and small.
Damn, I
But
can't zoom in.
but for real, Mercury is the messenger. You have it
Yeah,
in a thermometer. You have it in a barometer.
and I think Mercury's a female too. Because there's Mercury that's a male and a female versions. I've seen it. What if Venus had a penis? Fucking, aren't they? What are them people? They're called. They have both. They're man and woman. What do they call them? Androgynous.
Hermaphrodite.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a deity called Hermaphrodite, right?
It makes
Or
you. It
Aphrodite.
makes it looks like I have a swastika on my thing. Oh no, face plant's a Nazi. Ah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they had to. Every country has used this symbol, and yet, because the Germans did, it's all bad. Even the Confederate flag, you can create a swastika with it if you want, because it has 13 stars.
Rutblood's a Nazi now.
Mhm.
Upper right corner, right wing. Perspective.
Poor swastika. We should call it something else, man. We should call it the universe. I'll use this one.
Hey, maybe put the Isle of Man thing up there and sit with the legs turning around. The 3 legs.
I'll use this one.
Check out Isle of Man.
We'll put the DNA strands, the advanced Jacob's ladder. The 2 serpents.
You know, see how this machine works.
No, I'm all right. You need you need tranquilizer guns to fight the rats in New York. You'll need a semi-automatic shotgun. Those things are like.
You need a sawed-off shotgun for these damn birds here. Except then I'll blow my berries to hell too.
Birds are defenseless, man. Them little birds. Something's eating the baby birds that they have nests under the bridge over here. And every time I walk under the bridge to go up the street, there's like baby birds dead on the ground. So something's getting up in there and eating them in there, or somehow they're falling to the ground.
What you got to do, Charles, is
What
what you got to do is put them in perspective of a perpetual cycle. Okay, baby birds feed snakes, right? Birds steal food. They will in the desert. The crows are about almost a foot and a half, 2 foot, and they will steal your fucking smoked meat. They will eat anything that you have, and that's the same with someone that's growing a garden. The birds will come in, eat the berries, and what are you going to eat? And then the snake has to eat too. And baby bird is kind of veal to a snake. It's a cycle, man. All things must die so that things can live. Don't find it so contemptuous. It's not.
I just When I see something dying, I'd be like, damn. Couldn't even defend yourself. I feel bad for the few seconds I witnessed it. It's like, well,
I have to feed my snake, so I watch things die
awesome.
all the time. You know,
Do you ever feed it alive and hear the rat in the stomach?
it kills before it eats.
Oh,
The
okay.
venomous ones, they strike and they
I was
poison.
thinking like a Komodo dragon.
I don't know. I had a Savannah monitor, but I was really careful with it because I didn't want to get bit because of infection. But it was a very docile and tame.
I had a buddy, he had an old van in the backyard where he bred rodents to feed his snakes.
That's smart.
Had a bunch of cages in there. He said, okay, we'll drop you in here to impregnate these females.
It's free food.
Had a baby python that I saw him feed it a mouse.
Yeah, here I wanna address something here is with Vex too is the Orientals pull the hairs out of their chins and they don't do well at growing hair. And the Native American, which is my heritage, we don't grow hair. And that's been for many hundred years. And genetically we aren't capable of growing fucking hair, you know? So I'm not sure what transpired genetically with the fact that we don't grow hair like, you know, the general Europeans or some of the Nordic people. Maybe it was to keep them warmer. Maybe it was, I'm not sure, you know, maybe it kept disease away or kept them cleaner. I don't know. I just know that my heritage, we can't grow fucking hair, but we can grow long hair. And in the Orient, they don't grow hair very well either. Just saying. Speculation. But Dom asked a good question. Where does hair come into play environmentally in the life cycle? Camouflage. Maybe a type of protection against bare naked skin in harsh terrain. You know, that's what I'm thinking. But go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
I never really thought about it much, but I guess you see that a lot of people have hair and you don't, so you would think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it saves on razors.
Do you have a little bit of hair on your arm? Turns color in the season?
Man, from the neck down, it looks like a naked baby. And I can grow a little bit of hair on my chin. For me to grow any type of beardage at all takes months. But my hair, I could cut it next week and boom, it'll grow right back. So I don't know, maybe maybe some type sorry. Damn. Maybe some type of genetic evolving evolution.
Maybe your people lived in a certain environment for a long period of time and they didn't
That's kind of, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking is environmental, genetic, kind of fitting into your environment and evolving to it. But, you know, it makes, if I was to run through a patch of thorns, I'm probably going to suffer more damage than somebody who has big hairy legs. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know, it's a good question.
And we don't know how different the environment was just a couple hundred years ago.
Right.
If some kind of major events happen, we can figure it looks like that's for sure. What and when, or how many times, who knows? Talk about the summer, the year without a summer or something, the early 1800s, when there's a comet around all the time, with the Napoleon and all that was supposed to be happening.
You probably know more about it than I do. I don't.
No, I don't. Like,
I
what's available? What's information's available? Right? Only something to
right.
Send you down.
And I can't trust it. You know, I don't trust anything that I cannot for myself solidify as truth. You know, so it becomes speculatory to me. So if I haven't observed it for myself to be true, or experienced it for myself to be true, or endeavored upon it for myself to be true, it's just passive information for me to observe. And if I take it to heart, then I'm taking on somebody else's concept, ideal, and energy. But that's just my journey. You know, everybody else has their own journeys. Don't take mine and try and solidify a path with it, because I don't suggest anybody do anything that I do. I don't want to be responsible for you.
I have way too many
That's
plants.
a wild picture, no? Look at that view they used on the bottom left. It looks like a vagina. Like, we're all adults here, you know, or some sort of, yeah.
Might be a giant worm or something. Either end of a giant.
Here's an interesting concept. See that toroidal field? Since we're all adults here, mouth to ass.
Yeah, how things are built.
Because then the mouth comes out the ass, man. What's in between? Toroidal
How
field
things
energy.
are built. They have to go to natural law. How things are. But that's not what they want. We want now, is it? Apparently, it's a transhumanism they're trying to do.
It looks like an apple.
Like
Is that
transnature.
the apple God was talking about?
Transnaturism.
Yeah, they have an agenda. You know, and either you're going to participate or you're not. That'll be a choice you'll have to make eventually.
I got to jump off here in like 15 minutes. We have a
Charles,
while though. I said I gotta jump
I'm
off here in like 15 minutes.
yeah. I just glad we could end on a good note this week. You know, it's been kind of up and down,
Oh yeah,
but
it's Friday.
yeah.
Might check out that Rise Above Live.
But I did told you I would dedicate some time to you this week, Charles, and you know, I try to keep to what I say.
Yes, I appreciate you coming by.
All right, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure. Everyone in the chat, all peace, all love, all light, and Axis is out.
Cheers. Have a good day.
Thank you.
That's a dope way to depart. You said Axis out. that's a dope departure. I appreciate everybody's time coming up here today. I want to thank Faceplant, Truth Zone, Axis, Naga, Lucid. I hope I don't forget anyone. Let me see. Am I forgetting anyone, Faceplant? No, right? I think that's it. Peace to everyone in the chat, Bex. Axis did keep his word too. That was awesome. These people are building Noah's Ark upstairs. The 1 versus 0? Or is it combining the 1 and 0?
The 1 and 0 is the on-off switch.
Yeah. Well,
see the symbol.
You think the male is dead and the female is the life?
Yeah, no, it's a
We do got to plug into the female, right? To the source.
It's the agenda is anti-binary.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's their opinion and their decisions. They could live with it. I won't. I don't have to adopt anybody's ideologies, right? I don't have to do any of that stuff. They try to force stuff upon people. People want to identify as a toothpick.
There's all kinds of days and months and weeks and the year of this and the something or other month, and what the hell? There's nothing left. We got it all.
Damn, the 1 and the 0, the snake in the apple. I don't know. I still think that. Oh, I already took that down. Anyway. I still think the apple that they were talking about biting in is the, sorry for the noise in the background. They're building Mecca over here. Nah, seriously, they're building Noah's Ark. Fuck are they doing? Peace, J. Hi, Invex. I'm just looking at the chat. I might as well dip out now myself. So all this freaking noise in the back. Thanks to everyone in the chat. Have a great day. I'll check you out tomorrow. Chuck out.